All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2025 Black New England Conference. My name is Jerry Ann Bogus, the Executive Director of the Black Heritage Trail of New Hampshire. If y'all don't know me by now, you haven't been coming. I would like to start with a big thank you to Southern New Hampshire University, our partner, for their unwavering support of the Black New England Conference and the amazing team behind the scenes. I thank our staff, members, if y'all just wave your hand. They're around here. They've been working fearless to put this all together. Thank you. The team at SNU, can raise the SNU team, if you can raise your hand. Yay. And the guys are back. For those of you who are new to the conference and those join us online, welcome. For our returning attendees, which many of you are, but believe it or not, we're going to be 20 years doing this next year. So we thank you for your support, and to our sponsors, who you'll see their names on the back of the screen, who've supported us year after year. We thank you. Thank you for your support. They're also listed in our program booklet. And we welcome a new sponsor, McConey Financial, who is here. Please spend some time with them over in the corner. Thank you. Thank you for supporting us. We will honor them again at the end of our day. We're thrilled to kick off this event, so let's get started. Join me today is Southern New Hampshire University Senior Vice President and Chief Diversity, including Officer. Her title didn't change. Jada Hebra, who will now say a few words.
Yes, I still have my title, Chief Diversity Officer, so that's something.
Diversity is still in it.
And SNHU, right. So, yeah, my name is Jada Hebra. Our president, Lisa Marsh-Ryerson, was supposed to be standing here today to welcome you, as she did last year, but she was called out of state for a family emergency. So she asked me to share these remarks for her. I'm so sorry I can't be there with you in person to say that I am truly honored that SNHU is partnering with the Black Heritage Trail of New Hampshire for the 6th year to host this powerful conference. I was blown away by the program last year and eagerly look forward to the next one, 20th anniversary, right? Year 20. Your work brings such important education, activism, and celebration to our community. This year's conference theme, State of the Union, a critical perspective on Black America from 1776 to 2026, resonates deeply with us as we approach the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence and reflect on its meaning, especially now during these challenging times. We're facing division and uncertainty in so many areas of our lives, and that's exactly why gatherings like this matter so much. They remind us of the power of coming together, to listen, to learn, and to imagine what's possible when we lead with courage and compassion. At SNHU, we are deeply committed to fostering an environment where every voice is heard, every story is shared, and every individual is empowered. But we can always learn more and do more. Conversations like those planned today are important to keep that work moving forward. So thank you for being here, for your energy, your curiosity, and your willingness to engage. I hope that you leave today feeling inspired and challenged and renewed. And we at SNHU are so very proud to stand behind such an important and timely conversation. Thanks.
So when we first sat down last year to choose a theme, there was a lot of uncertainty in the air. The nation felt unsettled, politically, socially, and culturally. And choosing a theme was difficult. After much reflection, and as we discussed the pivotal moments in Black history, we noticed something powerful. So many of the people who shifted the course of history were incredibly young. Driven by conviction, courage, and unshakable belief in freedom, these change makers changed the course of history. Today, the same spirit lives on in young people leading movements for justice and truth. From grassroots organizations to digital storytellers, they're using the tools of their time to reshape the world. This year's Black New England Conference celebrates these modern-day changemakers, young voices challenging old narratives, amplifying truths, and building bridges of understanding. They remind us that the story of Black America has always been and continues to be one of resilience, creativity, and hope. Please join us in welcome the moderator for today's conversation, Shea Stewart-Boulay, and her fellow presenters.
Good morning, everybody. Morning. Hopefully we are all awake here. I must admit I am not fully awake, but that's okay. It'll all come to me. Anyway, I'm happy to be with you this morning. My name is Shea Stewart-Boulay. I'm the Executive Director of Community Change, Inc., which is a Boston-based anti-racism organization that's been around since 1968. It was founded by Horace Seldon. I believe Horace Seldon's work was known somewhat over the years in New Hampshire. We're a unique organization in that our work has a very specific focus and that it's actually geared towards working with white people. Our mission has always been the sense that if we're going to really eradicate racism in this country, it is actually up to white people to do the hard work. It is not the work of Black people or people of color. And I think now more than ever we are seeing with what's going on in this country, it is actually the work of white people. I think that this is an interesting conference and an interesting day to have this, given everything that's happened in the country just this week alone. It feels like days feel like months, and months feel like years. I mean, it's really only been 10 months since the start of this new administration, and it just feels like it's 10 years and it's never going to end. Which means that the work that we do at CCI is more important than ever. We also work in northern New England now, in Maine, which is where I call home, Peaks Island, Maine. Other thing, and I'm just gonna be honest, I didn't really think about introducing myself because I was thinking about this amazing panel of folks. And so it was like, oh, that's right, I was supposed to come up with something to say about myself. I guess the other thing in introducing myself, I should mention, I moved to Maine in 2002 from Chicago. I was born and raised in Chicago almost the first 30 years of my life, and moving to northern New England was a big culture shock for me. Basically, I would describe it as feeling like I'm an alien that landed on a different planet, and there are no Black people here. In fact, when I first moved to Maine, I was like, where's King Drive at? And I asked somebody that, and they said, where? And I said, you know, King Drive, where Black people live. And it was like, there are no Black people here. So as a result of the alienation that I felt moving to Maine from Chicago in 2002, I created a blog in 2008 called Black Girl in Maine. My understanding, a number of people here may or may not know about Black Girl in Maine. It's kind of taken on a life of its own. It started me talking about raising my Black children in Maine, and then it's kind of grown into this huge platform, which as of the last few weeks has gotten pretty involved in talking about national politics by virtue of the fact that Maine is just one big small town. Anyway, I think that's me. I'm Black Girl in Maine. I've lived in Maine a bunch of years, raised a kid there, now got 4 grandbabies, and happy to be here. And according to my timer, we just did perfectly. So I will move on here and take it over to our next.
Hello. My name is Cheney McKnight. I am the owner of the YouTube channel Not Your Mama's History, and I'm on other social media as well. I am a historian, a public historian, so I specialize in speaking with people all across the country, so I travel primarily up and down the East Coast, talking to people about race and slavery, as well as from the 16th century on up to today, and making the connections. On my YouTube channel, I started by just wanting to lay out what a day in the life of a Black person in the 18th and 19th century looked like. And so we walked through whether free or enslaved. I wanted to pick average people because we hear a lot about the people who lived very extraordinary lives and were depicted in books. But I wanted to pick people who took every day one at a time and aren't talked about in the history books. And so that was my goal. And I also work at New York Historical in New York City. And I'm the manager of Living History, so I develop programming specifically for families, and we talk about it all. And so I also can connect with itty bitties on up to adults, the whole family.
When do you speak?
Never.
Well, good morning, good morning, good morning. I'm Ebony J.J. Curry. I am a master journalist, and I currently live in the city of Detroit, born and raised. So disclaimer, please forgive me. I'm a little Black girl from Detroit, and everyone knows it's a lot of pollution out there. So I have asthma. So if today you hear me kind of out of breath, please forgive me, or if you see me take a puff, it's that time of year. But I am a senior reporter for Michigan Chronicle. Michigan Chronicle is a part of the Black press. Our umbrella is Real Times Media, where we have Chicago Defender, Pittsburgh Courier, also Atlanta Daily World. I am out of Detroit, so Michigan Chronicle is my home. I'm also a fellow for the 19th News. And I'd like to just dive into what my role will be here today. You know, when we talk about the State of the Union, a critical perspective on Black America from 1776 to 2006, media is not a side note to that conversation. Media is actually the battlefield. Narrative is the weapon, and the Black press has always been on the front line. So I want to be clear when I say what that means, when I talk about what that means. From the very beginning of this country, the story of America has been told in a way that protects power. The story says this is a land of liberty and equality. The story says everybody had a fair shot. The story says progress is inevitable. You hear that story and you're supposed to relax and trust the system. You're supposed to believe the arc of the moral universe is going to bend itself. You're supposed to believe democracy is self-cleaning. But if you tell that story, you have to erase us to make it sound true. You cannot tell the truth about this country without telling the truth about Black people. So when I say the Black press, I'm talking about a tradition that exists because mainstream storytelling was never built to serve us. Ida B. Wells didn't publish for hobby or for decoration. She published because public lynching was framed as justice. And she said, no, this is murder, and I will name it. That is media as protection. That is media as memory. That is media as resistance. And that is why I do what I do. I'm Ebony J.J. Curry, and I'm part of the Black press.
I cannot believe I was set up to follow that. So I'm just going to tell you guys a little bit about myself. Hi, I'm Renelle Chella. It is so nice to see a lot of familiar faces in here today because I am from here in Manchester, New Hampshire. I have lived here since I was 11 years old, so as you can imagine, I spent a lot of my life being the only Black student in a lot of my classes. Not a very fun time, if you ask me. But when I was in high school, I realized just how different my experience in this country was as a Black girl, now as a Black woman, sitting in classrooms and hearing people debate about whether or not young men, young boys like Trayvon Martin and and Michael Brown deserved to die. And being so surprised that these were even conversations that had to be had to begin with, I thought it was very cut and dry, like these boys were murdered and that's just that. But I learned in high school very early on that it was not that cut and dry, because people in this country did not understand did not have the same understanding of police brutality. And so in 2016, after Philando Castile and Alton Sterling were murdered, my friends and I decided that we were done with arguing with people in the classroom, we were done with arguing with people on social media, and we were like, let's take it to the streets. So we held the first Black Lives Matter protest that New Hampshire had ever seen. And then we decided to call ourselves Black Lives Matter Manchester, but as you can imagine, a bunch of teenagers do not know how to run a nonprofit organization. So it kind of died off a little bit until the summer of 2020, after George Floyd was murdered. And, you know, for the first time in a very long time, the entire world was listening. The entire world was quieted by the COVID-19 pandemic and the murder of George Floyd. And finally, we were able to have our voices heard again. So we reinvigorated the Black Lives Matter movement. We hosted or organized protests all across the state. We had the opportunity to talk to a lot of legislators on both a national and local level, the state level as well. I was appointed to serve on the New Hampshire Commission on Law Enforcement Accountability, Community, and Transparency. It's always so long and so hard for me to say. And I was like the youngest person on this commission. I was appointed as a community member, sitting on this commission with members from the state, the AG, people from police commissions, and, you know, I was a little meek back then and shy, but it really kind of reinvigorated my desire to do criminal justice work and to work in racial justice. So I went to law school. At the time I was studying political science in 2020 at the University of New Hampshire, but then I went to law school with the desire to become a criminal defense attorney and do civil rights work. Started doing a little bit of that work and decided that I was tired of only chipping away at the system every single time I had a win or every single time I had a bit of success, and that wasn't enough for me. So I talked to my career services advisor, and he was like, what is it that you want to do? And I was like, I will go wherever the movement needs me. Like, racial justice is everything. It's reproductive justice, it's economic justice, it's environmental justice, so I will just go wherever the movement needs me. And he's like, but where is that? You need to think about it. And I'm like, you're pressuring me, like, I don't know, I can't make this decision right now. And he was like, no, just think deeply, like, where is that? And I thought for a second, I was like, I think it's reproductive rights, which isn't intuitive for a lot of people, but reproductive rights, reproductive justice is racial justice. In this country, Black women are 3 to 4 times more likely than any other group to experience maternal mortality. The maternal morbidity rate is higher for Black women. The infant mortality morbidity rate is higher for Black babies. And so I was like, you know, this isn't just abortion. This isn't just things that, sorry. I'm like telling my whole life story up here, and she's like, hurry up. But yeah, so I ended up becoming a civil rights attorney and working in reproductive rights. So now I do something called impact litigation. I go across the country and challenge laws that infringe upon reproductive health care, and I make content about it on TikTok and talk about what it's like to be a Black woman lawyer in this country. And I'll yield the rest, well, I don't have any more time, so.
Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Antonio Saunders. I am from Birmingham, Alabama, and I now live in Atlanta, Georgia. And I first want to say thank you to the university for having us, and to the esteemed Miss Jerry Ann for putting this panel together and for her hard work in this community. You mean so much to us. It's great to meet you, and thanks for having us. The year was 1986, and I found myself in Black Disney World, which was my grandmother's farm. And around me was a host of characters: Titi, Plute, Pat, Tinkerbell, Nikki. It sounds like Mickey and Minnie had something on this place, but they really didn't. There was everything that you wanted on my grandmother's farm: homemade biscuits, feeding chickens, and the sun sort of beaming down on us all. Then came Sunday night, where I had to transition from my grandmother's farm to Kingston Projects. And Kingston Projects was at the height of the crack epidemic, and I didn't want to leave this magical place. So what does a 5-year-old boy whose father had left them do? he tells his mom that he can't go to school because he lost his shoes. And so I started protesting going to school, and that became the way that my life began to shift, the trajectory of my family. My Uncle Junior, my Uncle Albert came over to tell me, Tony, your dad left, you gotta take his place, and your mom needs you. So what are you gonna do? The next morning, I sat on the edge of the bed in Kingston Projects, and I made a deal with my mom to get out of there. We can look at the critical perspective of Black people from so many angles, but I am here to talk about today, what does it look like for a Black future and our future together? A future that, if we're not careful, when you were sitting in history class and you said, what if I was alive at this moment? What was I going to be doing? I want to tell you this bright early morning, you're there. And the real question is simply this: is it me or you, or is it me and you? Is this the moment that we are going to fight, or is this the moment that we're going to build? Well, it's an interesting proposition because fighting is the tagline of change. That you fight to make progress. You fight to create freedom. But if you want a society that's made for all people, where are the builders? Where are the dreamers? Where are the people that said the thing that we need doesn't exist yet and it's up to us? Today I want to dialogue about this simple concept. You can tell the world what to be, or you can become what the world needs to see. Thank you for having me.
Okay. My gosh, this is just a brilliant panel here. You all are just all amazing, and I'm looking forward to just jumping into the conversation right now. As we all know, the theme of this conference is the State of the Union, a critical perspective on Black America from 1776 to 2026. And I think we also know that in this moment in this country, we have seen some really rapid and disturbing changes that are impacting Black America right now. In the 10 months since Donald Trump has returned to office, we have seen over 300,000 Black women being put out of work, either directly through what's happening in the government or indirectly. Personally, I believe that I suspect that figure is a lot higher, given the number of Black women who do consulting work, who work in nonprofits, areas that have all been impacted because of the cuts that the government has made. So the first question that I'd like to kick us off with is, what do you think is the State of the Union for African Americans as we approach the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence? Who would I like to have start? You know what, I'm going to have Antonio start, because I know as an entrepreneur he's got an interesting perspective. So why don't you kick us off?
Sandra Day O'Connor was handling a racial discrimination case, I believe, at the University of Michigan in 2003. And this is what she said. We expect that 25 years from now, the use of racial preference will no longer be necessary to further the interest approved today. So what they were saying, let's paint a picture of society that says we have put in place the legal frameworks, the Declaration of Independence, the Voting Rights Act, empowered the people to really understand that slavery did happen, Jim Crow did happen. We set up affirmative action to say liberty and justice for all, right? It would always come to today where we would live in a multiracial society, a multiracial democracy that said, oh my goodness, we no longer see race. We just need to show up and everyone's equal. What happens when you want something to be true, but you haven't done the work to fully get there? You call the very thing that you should be doing as the work, the truth of the work, has now been changed. So we're all equal now. So what we see is the State of the Union for Black people, one's being saying, well, why are Black people still angry? Everybody should be equal. You see the polarization of our community. So you say, okay, I'm Democrat, you're Republican. You see some of our community sort of breaking away from saying, I no longer want to be the victim in this thing anymore. I'm tired of waking up every single day saying to myself, it's Black. And being Black is associated with stereotypes about being hard, and I gotta fight you to make progress in this country. Because Black people are tired. But you also see health, work, and life indicators not only regressing, but backtracking to where my grandmother was better off than we are today. So what do we have to say for ourselves around what it means to be an American? Here's what I do, and here's the litmus test. I gave up my car some years ago, and I sit in the Ubers and I ask my Uber drivers who look like me, how do you feel about being Black? The number one response to that question is, it's hard to be Black. So I had to commit my life to actually saying, I want people who look like me to say some very provocative things, so take a deep breath. I want my people to say, I love this country and mean it. I want my people to wake up in a world where their dreams are not a reaction to slavery, but about their fierce humanity and what they've always wanted for themselves. I want to wake up in a country where when you see on TV, there's not a machine that's creating division between me as a Black man and you as a white man. But we can't be naive and actually say that's the role of the government. That's the role of you and I. The state of the country is not based off, and this is what I have to tell the people that look like me, we are not where we are because of racism and white supremacy today only. We are where we are because of our relationships with each other. We have to get back into community. We have to take the power back and actually say what's going to happen in Maine, what's going to happen in Detroit, what's going to happen in Atlanta is not just going to be about the current administration, it's going to be about what we decide. The question is our plans more about resistance, or do we actually have a plan for 2030 and 2040? I see a lot of people talking about what shouldn't happen, but I don't see a lot of solutions being put forward about what we're going to do. Right? So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna commit to community. We're gonna think about our dreams together.
Antonio,
and then we're gonna...
Just wanted to say, you're going into another question, so
okay,
if you wanna,
I'm sorry.
Because you said something earlier that I'm gonna add as a question about our future visioning for Black America.
I just got excited.
I know, that's why I was like, let me stop you before you get to the next place. Actually, I'd like to have, let's see, Cheney, I'd like to have you respond to that question, or anything that, as well as anything that you heard Antonio say.
I first would like to say that many people have many different ideas of why Black America is here now today. I would first, as a historian who lives every day living in the words and the actions and the creations of the ancestors, I would like to say it is a blessing, it is a miracle that we are here today, alive, sitting next to each other, breathing the same air. It is amazing. If you see a Black American that is a descendant whose ancestors came through the Middle Passage, you are looking at a miracle. And I have to say, I think to blame Black Americans for the challenges they face here is passing up where the actual solutions lie. I was very blessed to be raised in Black communities around Black folks. And I could say one thing we do not lack is community. One thing we do not lack is unity. It is propaganda to say that we are not united and we are not together. The reality is that there is a great diversity in Black America. I know when you look at media, we may all look like and act like a monolith, but the reality is there's so much diversity. And one thing I love about my community is that we make a space for everyone. You will hear jokes, but at the end of the day, you will come and get a plate and sit down at the table with all of us. And so one thing I would say, you cannot put Black Americans into the same box as any other community because we run different. We are different because at my table, in my house, I don't care who you are, who you worship, who you go to bed with, you will always have a plate at my table. We may disagree. So I need for people outside looking in to understand that we may fight, we may tussle, we may disagree, but we are at the same table. And I am extremely proud to be a descendant of enslaved persons. My family came here in the 18th century. I'm extremely proud. That does not put me above anyone else. And I'm proud to say that I identify as Black American, and there is nothing wrong with us. So one thing going forward, the State of the Union for Black folks is, I find that right now we're unified in many ways. I think the challenge is we have to lock in with one another and not listen to the propaganda that is attempting to break us apart and tell us that we are not together. I do understand that and understanding our diversity. That's all.
I think then it would be, given what you just said, and that we have someone here representing the media, that Ebony, I would love to have you jump in right now.
Well, to Cheney's point, yes, we are always welcome to the table, and hopefully got some soul food on there. Food to the soul. 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. Somebody needs to go ahead and cue up Tony. It's their anniversary. Bring out the firecrackers and the not-so-sweet tea. Truth be told, though, liberty and equality sound good on paper, but the practice has never matched that promise for Black people. I don't think that's a secret. This nation kept us in legal bondage longer than it has allowed for us to live free, 1619 to 1865. I believe that's 246 years. 1865, if you want to consider us free, to 2025, I believe that's 160 years. That's math, not opinion. What the kids say, the math ain't mathin'. America was built as a white man's country. And that original setup still shapes who gets access to safety, who gets access to housing, who gets access to clean water, shouting out Flint, who gets access to education, loans, generational wealth, and political protection. You can see that in who gets evicted. You can see that in who gets sentenced. You can see that in whose votes get challenged and whose votes get protected. When this country performs liberty, it performs it in its speeches. When it performs equality, it performs it on holidays, and we get the day off. Bring out the barbecue, y'all. But when you look at outcomes, freedom remains conditional, and equality remains negotiable. That's why narrative is so important. That's where media, Black press, Black journalists must stand up. That's where we must stand tall and stand together. Narrative makes all of that possible because the administration knows this. If you control the story, you never have to fix the structure. So, happy anniversary, America.
Ooh, thank you. Thank you for that. And you want to go?
I don't know if I have anything to add after all that. Yeah, I mean, I think in general, just thinking about liberty and equality, these are things that were never promised to us, things that were never meant to include us. And I feel like as Black people in this country, we are forcing this country to live up to those promises still, even now. And, you know, those promises are still unfulfilled in so many different ways, unfortunately. And everybody up here talked about in many different ways how that's true. But I think that, you know, we've made those things our own in terms of joy and resistance and innovation. And I think that's really important. And that's just the last piece that I will add. But everybody up here just, you know, summed it up all beautifully.
Well, thank you for that. So I feel like there's so many different directions that we could go in, but then something that Antonio said, and it's one of the questions that I was considering. So we could go down the road of looking at all the things that are wrong right now. But I think it's important, especially because of just the makeup of this panel, to really think about what does a Black future look like? If we were going to shape, if we were the architects of taking what's happening in this country and using this as a turning point for us, thinking of our community, the unity that does exist within it, what would a Black future look like? And also, what would a Black declaration of interdependence look like? So part of envisioning our Black future is having a Black declaration of interdependence, one that would redefine what it means to belong and build community in this nation, and hopefully taking that vision that we create and lending that to the larger community. So envisioning, what does a Black future look like? Who would like to go?
Okay. It will start with the truth. We have always been the backbone of this democracy, even when it refused to claim us. So it would say no one is free until all of us are safe, housed, and educated. It will not beg for inclusion, but it will declare belonging, because the labor, culture, and vision of Black America are the blueprint for this nation's best version of itself. I think of this book I'm currently reading, Sky Full of Elephants. And in that story, all the white people in the world walk into a body of water and drown themselves. A world without whiteness. Without that constant gaze, the constant measure forces Black people to ask, who are we without them watching, without comparison, without performance? What does self-actualization look like? And what does true freedom require? So that, to me, is the real Black declaration. Not just freedom from oppression, but freedom from the idea that we must define ourselves through it. It's not imagining a world without white people, but it's imagining a world where we are fully ourselves, where liberation means more than survival, where our existence isn't reaction. It will mean our resistance is the creation. A Black declaration of interdependence would remind America that we are not guests here, but to Antonio's point, we are the builders, and we have been since the very beginning. So.
Okay, thank you. Antonio?
I think one of the shifts that we need to make in terms of like how this would feel, it probably would feel like my grandmother's farm, like Black Disney World, right? And what was that feeling? It was the feeling of everything I need, everything I want, everything I desire is in reach, but actually how do you get there? Right after George Floyd's murder, I was leaving a career and people began to call me organizations that were in crisis. And one of those people who called me was an organization, a white CEO out in Silicon Valley who had a breakdown with her Black staff. And they called me in as essentially Olivia Pope. Did y'all watch Scandal? I didn't. I never watched Scandal, but they would be like, Antonio, you do this kind of work, you go around and you just, you swoop in, you go into the crisis. To my sister's points here, it is so interesting that when things are going wrong, they are calling in people who look like me to come in and fix the thing. So I came in and fixed the thing, and they gave me 24 hours, you all, and they said this to me: this CEO can stay or they can go, or you can become the chief diversity officer. And I said, I'm not gonna be a black face in a high place. But what was more radical was what I was about to do next. After George Floyd, black CEOs were stepping in and white CEOs were stepping down in some places. So I made a choice and I said, this white CEO would not leave, she would stay. Now a crowd of faces were confused. The white people were like, take her down. The black people were like, she harmed me. If we are gonna actually go into a society, we are gonna need white people to do something they have not done before. And that is become capable of creating an environment for all of us that is not harmful. So I asked that CEO to stay. And when she stayed, we started meeting every single Wednesday. And 4 years later, we're still meeting. She stayed in that organization. She created an organization where people who look like me can thrive. And in that, she set up a precedence that if you're going to actually be a CEO and you're gonna do right by the communities that you say you're harm, this is how you do it.
Can I ask you, Antonio, taking that kind of context, which I think is great in that sense, how would you apply that to sort of this larger black visioning of our future? Because I think that's kind of what I want to hear, like taking that, how would we apply that to our vision? Like if we were working together right now, creating our vision board, what could you take from that for our collective black future?
Diane stepped down and she was replaced by somebody who looked like us. And it wasn't a cleanup situation, it was being adequately set up. So she's not transitioning the organization to a person of color in a time of crisis, she's transitioning the organization when that organization is resourced, it's stable, and it's ready to be led. It was a transfer of power, wealth, and collectivism. And some of that has to go on. We have got to actually say that this country is actually ready for black entrepreneurs, black leaders, and black wealth, something that I believe that this country has always been uncomfortable with, right? And so when you see that Fortune 500 companies are largely right now still ran by white people and only less than 4 of them, 4 black people lead Fortune 500 companies, that means that the very essence of this country, capitalism, wealth building, having legacy and community is not gonna be hoarded by one group, it's actually gonna be distributed by all people. But let's get this right. If you wanna talk about eliminating the wealth gap, we have to be the people not at the table receiving the jobs, but we have to be at the tables actually leading the jobs and creating the jobs. So that's what I would say.
Okay, all right, thank you for that. So I just want to make sure, clarifying for myself, because you said a lot there. So what you see as part of building this, envisioning this black future for us moving forward, really feels like, if I heard you correctly, it's sort of rooted in sort of shifting who controls the wealth?
Absolutely. Okay. It is a wealth transfer. It is a wealth transfer in power first. And who actually
I don't want to get off track because right now I'm feeling a little bit like I want to throw this train off the track and talk about the role of capitalism and how destructive it actually is given what we're looking at in this moment. But I think I'm going to keep the train on the track right now. And I'm going to ask somebody who hasn't spoken yet, because I know I've allowed you to kind of go down there. So I wanted to ask one of the sisters who hasn't spoken to sort of chime in with your vision.
I guess. I think one of the things that I do, in my work is actually helping people to deconstruct systems so that we can rebuild them together. I find that in order to go forward, it's not going to take some bubble gum and tape. We got to demolish it and build something new. Just at these, I go into historic sites all the time, and I know They get real nervous when I start talking about we need to tear it down and rebuild it. I'm like, y'all, not the actual building, not the actual building. I talk about the organization, and we've got to figure out how are we going to rebuild this collectively. I'm sorry, us doing piecemealing, repairs, you know how it is. I live in an old brownstone in Harlem, and years and years of piecemealing, reconstruction of plumbing. It all at one point is burst and broken apart because no one ever went through and actually took it all out and reinstalled it. So, and it's not going to be people that look like us who are going to be able to tear it down. I know many people want us to race out in front of incoming traffic to stop this caravan of pain coming for us, but it's not going to be us. I think one thing I hope that Black folks demand is demanded more loudly and directly is for people to leave us alone. We don't need to be fixed. Stop trying to fix us. Stop trying to save us. Just leave us alone. As a historian, I have studied hundreds of Black communities who were very successful, are successful. They are left alone and allowed to just exist and live, and they naturally interact with other communities. That is what I think when I look at a future. Leave us alone and let us live, and I assure you, I am the biggest fan of my community. We will succeed.
Ooh, that was so powerful. Thank you. Thank you. Listening to you, I was just thinking of something that DeRay McKesser's, I always screw up his name. DeRay, the guy with the blue vest, everybody remembered from Ferguson on the Ground, and sometimes we follow each other on our personal Facebook page, and he'll just say, I love my Blackness, and I love your Blackness. And I think in this moment, I just wanted to say that because I think it's so easy in the energy to forget that, we are a community of unity. And that, the reason that we survived, the reason that our ancestors survived is because there was unity. I know in the green room, we talked a little bit about where most of us were from, and most of us, it seemed like, have roots that go back to the Great Migration, which means that our grandparents, depending on how old you are, it was my grandparents, but my dad and all of my aunts and uncles actually picked cotton after school because they were sharecroppers. And when I think about that leap in just 2 generations, it was because we loved each other and we had unity and community. And I think it's important not to lose sight of that. And I also know that we only have a few more minutes left. I feel like we just did not have enough time to really get into a deep conversation. So I don't know which question I want to go with, but before I figure it out, this last question, did anybody else want to talk on envisioning what this Black future looks like? Okay. So I think my last question is, it's really in response to something Cheney just said, leave us alone. Thinking about the reality that right now we're talking about the state of Black America, but the reality is the state of America as a whole is about to crumble and crash. I'm sorry for anybody that thinks a midterm election is about to save you. That maybe you don't think a man who just tore down the East Wing is about to give you a free and fair election? His boy Steve Bannon already told you he ain't going anywhere. Okay? So we need to stop clinging to this hope that these systems are going to continue to save us. Including systems of capitalism, because I think ultimately, as 42 million people in this country prepared to lose their food benefits in the next week, we're about to see some changes and shifts in this country that none of us could have imagined. Which then speaks to the role of community, and since this is a focus on Black America, you talked about leave us alone. And as I heard you say those words, I thought about my childhood growing up in Chicago in a neighborhood with a Black banker, where everything in my whole childhood was Black. The only person that I ever saw regularly that wasn't black was the Greek insurance guy that came on Saturday mornings. For those of you of a certain age, remember the insurance guy used to come to your house? I don't know if people remember that, like you didn't just send it in mail. Well, in the black neighborhood, the insurance guy came to your house on Saturdays, and you paid him and you knew his name and all of that. So when we think about leave us alone, what do you think that looks like as we move forward? Because right now, we also can't ignore in this moment what's happening racially. The United States government is making it very clear that they wish to turn this back into a white country. Our government now puts out daily propaganda. U.S. Department of Homeland Security has some extraordinary propaganda about what an American looks like. And if you look at any of those clips, they never look like a bunch of us in this room. It's always white people. So to end this and thinking about it, what would it look like as we watch this country self-destruct and like reconfigure it into something? What does it look like for us to thrive while being left alone? Accepting that there's some who might say that integration was always like the worst thing that happened to us in many ways. What would it look like to say, you know what, as we all try to grapple with our survival, leave us alone and we will thrive? What would that look like? And I realize that is a completely off the track question, but I kind of feel like it needed to be answered, so.
It looks like self-actualization. Like I said, I'm a black girl from the city of Detroit. Anyone in this room will know that Detroit has the largest black population in the nation. Memphis like to claim that they do, but I'm gonna stick with Detroit. And right now, we are at a precipice where, for the very first time in Detroit's history, a black woman is up to be mayor of one of the largest black populated cities in the nation. We have over 650,000 residents in Detroit. That right there itself is very powerful. I think for me, that kind of goes in the pocket of leave us alone, because if you know anything about Detroit, for the past 10 or 12 years, when Mike Duggan has been over, completely changed Detroit around, downtown Detroit. It looks real cute. You can have a good time. It's a walkable city. We have bike lanes now. You see white people out jogging. Well, once upon a time, we used to look like baby Saigon, after the 1960 riots. For the longest, it was messed up. But here come the white man came in and saved us. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Right now, the call to action, though, is thank you for allowing our downtown to look beautiful and attracting tourists. But what about our community, our neighborhoods where we live, where black people live? What about us? We're screaming. And your question is, what does it look like for us to thrive while being left alone? As we talked about today, it's about community. It's about us standing together, sticking together and saying, no more, we're going to give them these little cutesy things. Now it's time for us to say, no, we need grocery stores around. No, we don't need another power plant in the 48217 zip code, which is the most polluted zip code in Detroit, in the state, and possibly the country. So what we need is reform. What we need is affordable housing. What we need is basic necessities. And that is what it looks like for us to thrive.
Ooh, thank you. So we think we have about 4 or 5 minutes left, though, because I know someone put up a sign there and I'm trying to watch it, but we also started a few minutes late. Given that this conference and all the people in this room are primarily based in New England, I actually would like to have Ronell answer that question within the context of the fact that, Black Northern New England is a really different space than Detroit, Atlanta, Chicago, where I'm from, where we don't have a geographic black community in Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont. So what would it look like for us to say, leave us alone so that we can build? Is that even a possibility for us as black people living in this region of the country? So I'm gonna give that one to you.
Sorry, y'all, I'm kind of not feeling well up here now. But that is a very heavy question, especially when you live in a state like New Hampshire that's 96% white. New Hampshire is the 4th whitest state in the country. By every census, it's like Maine, Vermont, New Hampshire. I think maybe now West Virginia is the 3rd and we're the 4th, something like that. And so when I think about leaving us alone and how to thrive, like after several years of doing this work, I just think about rest. And I know that that sounds so selfish, but like I think about being able to just exist and not have to worry about being on the front lines and not have to worry about who's going to go in front of the state legislature, who's going to be going in front of the city council, who's going to be creating the programs to make sure that our communities survive. Because right now, that's organizations like Black Lives Matter New Hampshire. We have the largest mutual aid fund in this state. We give thousands of dollars every single year to people in the state that need help keeping their lights on, going to school, fixing their cars, getting health care. So much work is put out by Black people in the state of New Hampshire, and there aren't even many of us here. We need every single thing that you said that we need. We need every single one of those things to thrive. But at the same time, we also need to rest. We need to prioritize ourselves. We need to prioritize our health. I'm sitting up here talking about not feeling well up here, and it's because of the fact that I'm always doing things like this, and I love it so much, and I'm so passionate about doing this work, but I don't spend enough time taking care of myself. And it's because as a Black woman in this country and in this state, I have not been able to just exist. And I crave the ability to just exist in my own self and to just enjoy living life. And so when I think about what the future looks like, it's a future where we can just exist within each other and enjoy community and enjoy living amongst each other. Ooh.
Can I add one thing to that?
One quick thing, because I'm going to wrap. I was going to say a word or two before we close out, because we got about a minute, so you got to have 30 seconds.
Yeah, so to me, to leave us alone would mean exactly this is we don't think about our freedom, but we live our freedom every single day. And we live our freedom in our community. We live it among ourselves. And it's no longer an aspiration. It is the lived experience of us. Therefore, we can rest. We can be in community and we can thrive, and it's no longer an idea, it's our actual lived experience because we are free.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for reminding me, because I would have walked off and got coffee. Anyway, I just wanted to, before we go into the Q&A portion from the crowd, I really wanted to piggyback off of what you said, because as an older woman who's been doing this work in Maine and throughout the region, the rest piece is so powerful and it's so necessary so that you don't end up like me in your 40s being diagnosed with hypertension because you're stressed all the time. And I think sometimes, because I know the work of the trail and the community, and I know that like it's a racially diverse room here and there are a lot of white people who are part of the work here, but I really think that part of our getting free in areas like this requires white people to realize you need to do more. Stop asking us to show up. If you show up, pay us. But more importantly, create space so that we can rest, so that you don't have the same 12 Black and brown people showing up at our state houses, always having to go, go, go. So part of the freedom for us, in order to get to the type of freedom that you might be able to see in Detroit, for us is going to be able to start with having some rest so we have time to dream those dreams and to organize better. So at this point, we will turn it over for questions and answers. We've heard a lot here, and so I'd love to hear from folks in terms of any questions you have.
So just give us 1 second. We need 2 of the mics.
Yeah, I didn't know how we were about to do that.
You want to start right here?
Yep, I'll start right there.
Okay, let's try again.
Good afternoon. My name is Alan Knight. I am from Boston. This is a great program we're having. I'm grateful you are coming on the panel. I'm grateful for everyone in the room. A question is open to the panel. What do we do? No, it's not an easy solution. No, if it was, it would be fixed, though. But there's so much apathy out there. We got the same, any meeting you go to, community meetings, work-wise and all, it's the same people putting in all the work. And unfortunately, we're burning ourselves out. And yet, so everyone sit here talking, maybe in the hair salon, the barber shop, complaining about what the problems are. Not talking about what solution, but just talking about the problems, hashing the back and forth, though. So there's so much apathy out there. What can we do to try to bring more of our people into the conversation, into the workspace?
So thank you for asking that. I find that, so this is the work that I directly do, working within my community and attempting to bring more people in. I grew up with my parents and my extended family actively doing this work. So this was natural for me to just go to community meetings. This is not the case for everyone. And so we have to build more. It may take more work on the front end for someone like myself in my community and creating more events to get especially the younger folks involved. So one event we did was a Pokemon Go a few years back. And we brought them out for an event. And while they were there, we engaged them in actually connecting some of these dots with Pokemon Go and actually how do we participate in a democracy, knocking on doors, even how to go up to someone on the street and have conversations, or conversations in day-to-day lives. How do you interact with other people around politics? Something that some of us, it comes natural to us. Those things were taught to us. And there are many people in our community who that was not taught to them. And so I think it takes some of us doing more events like that and meeting, especially our young people where they are, and just educating them. It's very fascinating. I have 3 mentors now that's we developed that relationship starting from events like that years ago. Yeah.
Anybody else want to take a shot at that?
Yeah, for me, I think it starts at home. To Cheney's point, my dad, he was a professional boxer, and I used to watch him, go to the gym with him and watch him mentor other young black boys who looked like him. My mom, she was also a journalist working for the Michigan Chronicle. Then she became a social worker, giving back to the community. Both of them would have me go into these city council meetings, and I'm like, this is so boring. But as I grew up at 9 years old, I said, you know what? I want to be a journalist. I want to be a reporter, because I'll watch the news and I'll see like, well, that's not what happened in the city council meeting. And why did they use the black guy who said the most craziest things? Why did they put him on the camera? I want to use the person that. So at 9 years old, I realized this is what I'm supposed to be doing. And I think the main thing that we can do to push the people, because a lot of times the people in the barbershop, the people in the hair salons that are talking about all of the issues, a lot of times they aren't the ones who are doing the work. And I think the biggest thing is to push them or challenge them to go to a city council meeting, because we have to hold our elected officials to the fire. If we're quiet, then for them, they feel as if all is well. But if we show up in masses and if we express our concerns, then things must be changed, which is why a lot of the streets in the city of Detroit, I'm only referencing Detroit because that's where I'm from, y'all. In the city of Detroit, a lot of the communities didn't have street lights. But if you go to city council meeting and you saw all of the residents coming together, guess what? Now there's street lights. Going to these meetings and talking to the people that you elected, that's how we're going to change. Community elections are, yes, the presidential election is super important, but community elections, the Board of Education, that is super important because it impacts our everyday lives and our kitchen table issues. So hopefully that answers. Push your people.
Great. Is there another question? Oh, over here? Okay. There we go.
Hi, my name is Duke Addy. I'm a student at St. Anselm College. And in reference to the previous questions that were being asked for our panelists about the future of us as Black people as a community, but also the question of just leave us alone. This is, and I want to preface this is going to be a bit of a controversial question, I think, but it's a real question. It's a bit of a heavy one, but I think it's one that we have to grapple with. For the question of us and our future as Black people, what do you think the relationship with white people will look like as an end goal? Because it's something that we've grappled with for a long time, and there are people that say we keep them at arm's length, we build ourselves, but there's a question of, do we have the resources for that? Do we have the money? Do we have the support? On the other hand, there are people that encourage we should place our trust and rebuild connection with white people and heal. But on the other hand, we consistently have our trust broken, we are consistently hurt, and we consistently have what we build broken down and destroyed. So with the question of leave us alone and with the question of our future, what should our relationship with white people look like in the future?
Wow, I don't think that's a controversial question. I think it's a really real question. I think it is a question that, given the state of this country, I'm going to let the panelists jump in for a moment, but I'm going to say right now, there's not a lot of trust, at least for me. 2016, Trump won. What was it, 53% of white women? Was that the figure? That figure didn't change much. Now online, you see all the performative white ladies, and spaces like this, you see all the performative white people who will tell you, like, we're doing the work. Somebody didn't do the work, because from 2016 to the moment, we got more racist. How do we acknowledge the fact that Gen Z young white men, they're pretty racist. They fell largely for Trump. They're all into the dead podcaster world. I'm not going to say his name. And so to me, it's like we're missing trust. I'm going to let one of you all go, but I just had to jump in and say, when we think about a future, maybe it needs to be a future where there's trust, because, see, we can't build anything together if there's no trust. And I would say right now, speaking for myself as a Black American, white people as a collective, I don't hold a lot of trust for, because you don't show up. Anyway, I'll let one of y'all go.
Great question. I think one of the important things to leave us alone is, I also am not looking for your help, your money, your time. So one community that I look to for a lot of inspiration are Black farmers. Black farmers for a long time have had to rely on just themselves and their communities. I come from a long line of Black farmers to this day, and there was no help from the government. There was not a lot of help from organizations, and they had to figure it out within their community how to survive from the shifts from different seeds, from different crops. They had to figure it out themselves. And I am saying, I trust in my community. I trust in us to be able to figure it out for ourselves. When I say leave us alone, I completely mean that. I do believe that there is a space for connecting, but the reality is we cannot come to terms equally if we are considered less than, or being considered as you are coming to this table as my charity case. So leave us alone so that we can meet you as equals, and we will. My community is beautiful and open-armed, but we have to meet as equals.
I want to be extremely clear when I say this. When I say leave us alone, or when we're talking about that, for me, let's not be racist. Let's not try to take things from me. Let's not try to say, I am a rioter when I am protesting. If you look at the George Floyd situation, let's be honest and let's say that was a modern day lynching. It was televised. We saw it. We heard it. We heard the cries. We saw where it crossed the line. But because my community was enraged, we got called rioters. Look at January 6th. Storming the Capitol. For them, it was a patriotic act. They were trying to go ahead and save the government. So when I say leave us alone, I don't mean you have a whites only drinking fountain and I have a blacks only drinking fountain. No, it's more so, let's not try to break me down while you're trying to lift yourself up. Let's not just call black press, oh, that's not real journalism, that's just advocacy. Let's come together and meet at the table, but also understand your privilege and also understand what was taken away from us. That is not ancient history, it's still happening today. It's still happening today. Look at the percentages of black-owned entrepreneurs, small business owners being able to get loans. It's very low. Look at black tech entrepreneurs. People are like, tech? Black people? You're not that smart. No. I think it's time for us to say, hey, this is a problem. And this isn't a problem that just happened today. This is a problem that has happened for centuries, since the beginning. 1619, let's not ban that book because my girl Nicole Hannah-Jones was real. And last but not least, I think it's very important to note that not only am I a part of the Black Press, I'm also a fellow for the 19th. The 19th News was founded by a white woman who understood her privilege, who said, hey, this is something I can kind of work towards. I asked her, I said, well, why did you choose to find the 19th? And she was very candid with me. And she spoke about how she looked at her little girl and she said, oh my goodness, my little girl aren't gonna have the same rights that I did as far as reproductive rights. So I gotta fix this for her. But then she realized, wow, that was a white woman saying some white privilege sugar honey iced tea, excuse my French. And at the end of the day, she brought in Aaron Haynes, who's now the president of the National Association of Black Journalists, to become the editor at large because she understands that we both have to sit at the table, but we have to tell the truth about us as well. So that's what that means.
I watched my grandmother bake the cake and eat the crumbs. And the black women around me were expected to do that. And I would say that what we have to contend with is the lack of trust, but being told that you should stay in your place. And then saying you have equal access to everything. When America puts its foot on your neck and then says, make it and thrive, it is a hard condition to live in. We can no longer just sit back and pretend that everything is okay, because now we've reached the point where young white men in particular, and there's a word, you have to study this, it's incels, they are being socialized in these groups with theories that America is being taken away from them. That is radicalization. But when you see on the news the profile of the people who are being deported and who are the criminals, they look like me. What we have to contend with is there's something going on with white boys in this in the world, and why are they being brought up to hate people that look like them? I'll just give you an example, and I'll turn it back over to the audience. I went to the University of Alabama. It is a striking phenomenon in this country that we can go out on a football field and celebrate black boys who go out and do so much for SEC schools and then lock them up and then pretend like everything is okay. The top two organizations, the top two DEI organizations in this country are the NFL and the NBA.
Whew. Very powerful there. Oh, okay.
Hi, thank you all for a wonderful panel and a great group of presenters. I have a question in reference to comments that were made about breaking down the government or the system, and keeping in mind that the East Wing has been torn down, has been destroyed. And I'd like you to envision what you would do with the budget that is allocated for the East Wing. What would you do with that budget, and what would you do if you could build whatever you would like to build? Also keep in mind that I heard Donald Trump say yesterday that if there's not enough money, he would donate whatever is needed to complete the project. What would you do with all that money?
Who would like to take that one? Go
Real
ahead,
quick.
Cheney.
Okay. I wouldn't do anything with it. I would convene a council of my elders and put it to them to determine what to do with it. I think one thing that has worked within our communities for a long time is going to the elders and handing it to them. So that's what I would do, because I don't think that I myself could speak for my entire community or come up with solutions that would support the most people. I'm very limited in my knowledge and understanding, but I do trust the elders in my community to know what to do. They'd probably have a better solution.
Okay.
Well, they're defunding HHS and basically every other agency in the government right now, which makes no sense while, doing projects like this. So I would pour money into that. The Department of Health and Human Services is an agency that helps fund maternal mortality review committees that are run by states. And because of this defunding, there are a lot of states that will not have the capacity to run maternal mortality review committees. I talk about this specifically because of what I talked about earlier, which is being a reproductive rights attorney and being extremely passionate about addressing the maternal mortality and morbidity rate in this country, figuring out why more Black women die from postpartum hemorrhaging and other pregnancy-related complications and things like that. And so this question kind of reminds me of the question that people ask, and they're like, oh, what would you do if you had all of the money in the world and money wasn't an object? And I always turn towards addressing maternal mortality and morbidity. So, while the Trump administration is defunding all of these agencies that are critical to the functioning of this nation, that is immediately where my mind goes to. Very niche, but yeah.
If I ruled the world, I think it's very simple. It goes back to community, where we live. I come from a city where a lot of the communities don't have grocery stores there. They have Dollar Generals and liquor stores, and who wants to buy produce from Dollar General where there's not? You have a lot of McDonald's. So we'll go towards the community. We'll go towards grocery stores. We'll go towards healthcare for elders, because a lot of times Medicare isn't enough. It will go towards finding cures for asthma, because little kids that live in the city of Detroit, specifically the zip code 48217, is very polluted. Every kid that you meet there, I promise you, will have asthma, will have eczema. Every adult you meet there will probably have had a bout with cancer, or has cancer, or 2 seconds away from cancer knocking on their door. So we'll go towards that. It will go towards my auntie not having to worry about if she can afford her insulin for the month. It will go towards CVI, community violence intervention groups. Huge, especially in urban cities. It will go towards the betterment of my community, where they can have tangible tangible outcomes, tangible reminders that they are wanted, that they are needed, and that they are people too. So we'll go towards simple things that makes a huge difference. I think it's as simple as that.
Anybody else on the panel want to oh, there's another question?
I've been asked to read one from the chat that's come through from our listeners and participants online. And it's from Brandy Brooks. She said, I love my Blackness, and I love my Latinness, and I love my Scottish ancestry. As someone who is multiracial, not only in my beloved community, but also in my very bones, can someone cast a vision for Black America that doesn't cut me and my family and my relationships into pieces? My Blackness is never alone, and I never want it to be, but I do always want to be treated with love, care, respect, dignity, and support with my Blackness intact.
That's a great question. One of you haven't. If I understood you correctly, the person who sent their question in is multiracial, and they want to know that in our vision for Black America, are we making space? How are we making space for multiracial individuals?
I think a lot of times we make simple things so complex, and it just so doesn't have to be. Be you, stand true in you. Also understand that with everything that you carry all of your heritage with strength and with pride and with dignity and with hope. Also understand the Blackness that is within you is a part of that as well. One thing doesn't trump the other. This isn't, oh, if you have 2/3 Black, then you can't. This isn't the brown paper test. You don't have to go through all of that. Although yes, we have a long way to go, but we've come a long way. So it's okay. It's okay to say I'm Black and I'm that. It's so okay to do those things. I don't think it's a recipe. I don't think it's an instruction on to be you. Just don't harm other people while doing it. Don't try to take from someone else while trying to stand true in who you are. It's not complex, guys. I really don't think it's a situation that has to be drawn out into something more than it is. I think it's important for us to just stand in our true selves while also respecting the person standing next to us.
I think that's beautifully said. I will say that as someone in my 50s, I feel like this separation of multiracial from Black is a really recent thing. And it feels like something as the mother of in fact, I forget my children are technically biracial because that's not how they see themselves, but they technically are. It's like when I was growing up, there was always a couple of biracial kids around, and you never even knew that they were biracial because they were Black. I feel like the internet does a lot of good, social media does a lot of good, but it also has done a lot of harm in that it has created this like sense of like, well, where do I fit? And I think that what you said spoke beautifully to it. Like when you look at the history of Black Americans, particularly, I'm going to speak direct descendants of enslaved Africans, we exist in a multitude of colors for a reason, because slave masters raped our grandmother's great-grandmother. So like technically we're all mixed. Okay, that's how we all look different shades. We're not all the same shade of Black. So I think it's a matter of just like having that pride in yourself. And I think anybody who's truly about Black community and Black unity, you are in the community. That's just the way I see it. And on that note, that was our last question. The next portion of the show, I believe we will kind of go, whoop. Is there a question over there?
Do we have time for one more?
Oh. Gentleman in the red.
Hi, my name is Greg Jean-Baptiste. Born in Haiti and grew up in New Hampshire. My question was a little bit to expand on a point that Antonio made in terms of wealth transfer and how I believe could be part of the solution to a lot of the questions that we've asked today. And I wanted hopefully to expand on that and see what financial literacy is a solution for a lot of the questions that we mentioned today. And I hope you guys can expand on that a little bit in terms of wealth transfer.
I I think the simple put is I was standing, if I'm standing in Morocco and India, I was like checking into a hotel and I heard the OJs playing. And I'm talking about the OJs when my grandmother was making salmon croquettes and rice and a homemade biscuits. And I learned something. One of the greatest exports of America is Black culture. It is exported around the world. But when you come to Martin Luther King Drive, it is a shame there is no recreation, there are no facilities for preventative care, and then you blame the people for that. You cannot expect people to be underemployed, overworked, and committed as a citizen. If you want people to get engaged, pay them what they're worth. Give them back their joy. Help them go to see their kids at lunch instead of working just to put their kids through school only to come through their graduation. What we've got to decide is that the citizenry, the commonwealth of this country, is more than just a job. It's about having enough resources to do one thing, to be present in life, to experience each other. As an entrepreneur, I got on a plane yesterday, working on a Saturday, only to go home to work. I've worked every day this year with no breaks. That's likely because funding's not coming my way. Clients are sometimes hard to get. So you have to fight for the scraps. We're gonna have to move in this wealth transfer from our labor doing the work to our dreams and our relationships giving us the bandwidth to actually live and be human beings.
Thank you. I think we're going to wrap up this portion of the show, and I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you so much. Let's give another hand to our presenters and panelists today. Great, great. And now is that time for you to actually do the work. So if you noticed on every table, there are the note cards, right? Everyone should have an individual note card. On that note card is the following question. What will stay with you from this conversation when you go home today? We would like for each table to select a note taker, and the note taker, your job is to put everyone's comments onto the Post-it notes, and then at the end of our work session, we're going to ask the note takers to place those Post-it notes onto the pads that are in the back and the one here in the front there, right? So this is the time to really network, engage with each other, to build, to create, to do the work so that the learnings that we've had today doesn't just stay here in this room. And as a professor, I will be coming around to check, right? So don't be trying to get up and go to the bathroom. I'm watching. But if you do need to relieve, take a quick break, that is fine. But please come back to enjoy the conversation at the individual tables. Do you have any questions before I let you go? Yes, so please write on the Post-it notes. The note taker will write on the Post-it notes, and every individual, you can use your own individual card to write your note. Did you understand me, Dr. Broughton? Okay, good deal, good deal. All right, get to work, and I will be back to check in with you. Hello, hello, hello. Okay. So I've been seeing some lively discussion. I'm very, very impressed with everything. What I would like to do now is give an opportunity for the groups to kind of share and report back what were your key takeaways that you will be taking home with you today. And if you don't participate, that means lunch will take longer to get to. So this is the last activity before lunch. But we really would like to just hear, what were your key takeaways? Let's start with my table in the back that I was with. We had some interesting conversations. Hey, Sean, could we get the music turned down? Thank you.
Hi, everyone. So our table really, the conversation surrounded around what did leave us alone really mean. And so we spent some time talking about, what does it look like policing community versus sustaining community and supporting community. And we had some folks who had some great examples of what that means in terms of understanding culture, understanding when something needs to be built up and not tore down, and just knowing when, you use your white privilege for good, when to use that to help broaden communities, and when to turn it off. So that was us.
Thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. Any other groups would like to report back?
Really?
Before I start calling. All right, Dr. Brawden in the back there.
We also had the leave it alone, but we're going to leave it alone at this minute. But we had talked about individual and collective capabilities to create accountability. So we need individuals, but we also need communities to agree upon things in order to get things done. But we had one interesting factor that came out. How do we get young white men to engage when they feel that things are being taken away from them? How do we get them to stop some of the things that they're doing and understand that they can truly benefit as well when everybody benefits? So that's one of the things that we looked at and had a lot of discussion around. And we also had one about, we have to become the employers to help our community. So we've got to support entrepreneurs. We've got to make sure that we are buying from those who are trying to support the communities. So we'll leave it at that and let everyone else get it.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, this 17 here.
We got one right here.
Oh, we're going to go there? Okay, perfect. Didn't see you.
You're pointing at me over there. Okay, cool. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vadik Kuumba, and I'm representing Table 16. We had a conversation, was really struck by the panel discussion this morning. It was amazing. And there was this range of conversation from like the historic to the future. And so like that really guided our conversation, where we talked about the future being the young people, and how do we build these pipelines of how do we support our young people to step into leadership, and connecting the idea of this Black future and interdependence. And there was like a lovely drawing, like a Venn diagram that we kind of talked about, and how we're connected, and thinking about how these systems like really tear us apart. And thinking about how we have the powers that we already need, right? There's so many systems that are around us. We talk about Trump, we talk about all these different administrations and the military and all these industrial complexes that have been set against us, right? But we're still here. Like one of the panelists said, like it's a miracle that we're here in this space. So really wanted to continue that miracle. And then thinking about rest, thinking about self-actualization, right? How are we creating spaces like in the now, but then also in the not too distant future where we're not having to be on the front lines fighting in the same type of ways, in the same fights that our ancestors were fighting in. So that was the conversation that was happening here in our space.
Perfect. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We'll go here now.
Hi, yeah. So we're all from St. Anselm College, and we kind of focused more on kind of where Antonio talked about, like, I'm not going to be a black face in a high place. And I think that really hit, and that was really important because obviously coming from a PWI, like my freshman year, I'm a senior now, so, and a lot of these, you guys got a little bit of time left, but you know, kind of being a senior now and looking back and being like, wow, there are so many more people on color than there were my freshman year. But as a community, even within the people of color, like there's so much divide. And it's like, why is there that divide? And we kind of emphasize the importance of like, we have to work as a community because at the end of the day, we're a minority amongst a majority. And it sucks because as a senior, like I want to leave St. A's with a legacy of like, it's gonna get better. Like people aren't gonna look at you in class when there's subjects. So I'm a criminal justice major and every time prisons get brought up, like they're looking at me and it's like, for what? Like why? Why am I the image that you guys have to see? And it sucks. So we kind of just talked about like the importance of being a community, sticking together and just acknowledging that while it does suck, like how can we, in a PWI, see a black future for all of us? Because me being an Afro-Latino, like a lot of people are like, oh, you're not black. And I'm like, what is Afro-Latino? Like, are we not hearing it in the title? So you know what I mean? And you have white Hispanics, black Hispanics, like it's all a range. And that's the problem is we are not acknowledging as a community that like we might all not look exactly the same, but we share a common value. Like they're gonna judge me just as much as they're gonna judge you. So, yeah.
Thank you for that. Appreciate the vulnerability. Our next table there.
We talked about how the systems in this country have never actually been just, and yet somehow they are being destroyed on further levels, and about how the narrative changes the conversation. The narrative changes the conversation from the perspectives that we come from and from the perspectives that we're moving towards. We also talked about how we understand the world is impacted and how people need to get involved and engaged in things that don't always directly impact them and all of us. Because we all come from different perspectives, but we're all doing this as one community. There are so many communities within communities. As you all are just talking about, from the perspective of students and from different backgrounds, and there's so many ways that we are all different, and then so many ways that we are all part of the same place and the same time and the same moment.
Perfect. Thank you so much for sharing. Where are we going to next? The
Can I
learning
just add
is good.
one
Yeah,
thing?
please.
One of the things that I've faced several times in talking with people, and one of the things that we talked about is that people don't care about other people. Not everybody, but the vast majority of people care about themselves. And when I talk with them, or when my wife and I talk to people, it's like, well, my life hasn't changed at all in the last 10 months or in the last however. So really, like, it's not important to me. But I don't know how anybody can look at the news today and not be affected
Thank you for that. Appreciate that vulnerability. It's so important. This is the space to do that. Brave space. Any other groups? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, hi. Off of that note, is just bringing up truth. At our table, we have people like feeling sadness, literally feeling grief, but still having hope. I think that's what comes from telling the whole truth. I think that's what we also talked on the panel, like being able to acknowledge everything, seeing the whole picture is exactly how we're able to move forward into something. And I think us at this table are mostly students here at SNU, so we were also talking about needs, like things that we want to do moving forward. Also, it came with talking about like where we were from, the things that we didn't have that we want to have now, when it came to necessity of like gentrification, fixing that, when it came to food, and we came to the things that we need to like feel like we can thrive and like enjoy the fruits of our labor that comes with having the resources that we need first. Education was something we talked about. Yes, exactly, and that comes with financial literacy, with getting wealth for it to be transferred into our generation, and then we can now make it for others. We're just thankful, again, for an opportunity like this to talk about things like this. We're also, everyone at this table is in New Hampshire or have been in New Hampshire for a minute, so thinking about BLM New Hampshire as well, like the things that we have tangibly in our state, that what can we do, what are the places where we can support, or we can support other Black and brown people who need what they need. So yeah, just having the opportunities. I want to know a little bit about what they have in store also, or what they have been doing for us, so that we know a little bit more about what we have access to. We have authority that we don't claim, or that we don't tap into because of feeling so fatigued, but we need to be reminded that our community, our love that we have for each other doesn't die out. So like to be able to lean on each other is so important.
Thank you. Thank you. And the table in the back there?
Okay, we talked about, it was great seeing the young, our young people on stage, and hearing and seeing how engaged they were. And we were wondering how to keep all the young people engaged, because we think that there's more young people that just stand by and don't do anything. And so it's nice to see how do you motivate them to do, to do what you all were doing on stage, the group. And the other thing we're worried about is that we're worried about the same fatigue. There's a few people who really does all of the, trying to motivate others, and we're worried that how do you keep others motivated and get more others involved? And part of it could be one of the things we talked about is the concern for adults' children, and the possibility of them being targeted because of if they post something that's against what, the norms, or they post something against, backing LGBTQ or something like that, they kind of get targeted and stuff. And that's one thing people are worried about, same with, Latinos, things like that, So those are the things we mentioned. The other thing was declaration of interdependent, where neighbors helping each other. That's, we thought, was a key, was very important. And the last thing regarding wealth, Antonio had mentioned a lot on wealth, and one of the things we thought was in wealth, as an example, in Israel, you have 60% Palestinian and 40% Jews, but who has the money, who has the leadership? You've always have a Jewish leader there. It has a lot to do with wealth, where the money is, and wealth is what controls the power. So you really have to know what sacrifice you're willing to make for your children, your future generation, for their future, to give them a head start when it comes to money.
Thank you. Really good comments. I'm impressed. I'm really impressed. All right, all right. Okay, right here. Oh, here first? Okay, oh, sorry, yeah, I didn't see you, okay. Okay.
Yes, we also continue the theme of how to build community is important.
especially in the sense of the theme around potentially divorcing ourselves from the broader community, but also while expecting whites to do the work as well. We stated that there was sort of a contradiction there, but that contradiction was somewhat satisfied by learning to collaborate better. We believe that education is a key to improving our situation. The impacts of racism, there was surprise and acknowledgement of the impact that racism has on the physical and mental well-being of our community, and that there's a need and importance in rebuilding trust. And there's a need for intergenerational connection, which may be lost in, just the sort of internet society that we live in, and also from the perspective that we don't quite, we're still grappling with how to build that community.
Perfect, thank you. Thank you for that, appreciate it. Okay, go ahead. Give it up, give it up.
Hi, I'm representing Table 9. We were all over the place, but one of the takeaways was leave us alone, allow Black people to rest. Everyone is welcome at the table, which is connected to leave us alone. Building towards the future, and what does that look like? What will we do when we get through this stage that we're currently in? One thing that, well, several things came up, but how do we reach a variety of people if everyone thinks the same? Like you get a group together and everyone's similar and their thoughts are the same, so we need to make sure that we're inviting people that think differently so that we think differently. So we just need different thinkers at the table or in a group. And then one, don't skip the basic step, humanity. Do I love my neighbors as I love myself? What is your resistance? Continue to show up. In order to love each other, we need to love ourselves. Can't free our neighbor or country until we free ourselves. Exercise democracy. America belongs to all of us, not some of us. How do we break out of the mentality of we love each other, but? The fight is the greatest test. The fights that are ahead, racial, health, wealth, and education.
Well said. How are we on time? One more? We're good? Okay.
We have a comment from the Zoom. Brandy and Tanya spoke. This is the comment from Brandy. I really appreciated being able to talk, each of us from our different racialized perspectives, about what the internal work looks like within our racialized communities, Black and white. There was a common thread about the importance in our affinity spaces of being able to talk really honestly, vulnerably, specifically about how structural oppression shapes our worldviews, sense of identity, understandings of others, to process our emotional responses, to truthful sharing, and to envision what it would actually look like to live and practice beyond who we're taught we have to be, what we are taught we have to do, and how we're taught we have to relate.
Thank you. Appreciate the online engagement. Did we leave anyone out?
The thing about leaving us alone is bothering me. I live in a town where there are 2 Black people. We have to work together in New England, otherwise we'll not survive. So not leaving us alone is good in some communities, but I don't think it will work in New England. I was telling people at my table, in my town, there were 2 Black people. One was a lawyer, and people would come and thank me for the work that he was doing. So I tried to encourage him to do more work because I needed more compliments. So don't leave us alone. Work together with your neighbors if you live in New England.
Collaboration is key. Collaboration is key.
Thank you. Hello? So we're table number 14. My name is Melanie LeVake. We were struck by the Leave Us Alone, and to hear it from a different perspective from Mary and from Jane, who talked about being white people who went into black neighborhoods to help working as social workers. And they didn't know if they were really welcome. And somebody pointed out to Mary that, well, you are welcome because we know you wouldn't be here if you didn't want to be here. So I was touched by that, but also just the fact that we don't know each other and we won't know each other until we talk to each other. So it's really critical today. It's important that we have these conversations like we have here that are multiracial and also multi-ages. I mean, we all think differently, whether it's our race or our age, so that's really critical. I was struck by the comment that black faces in high places. I am fortunate to be the first African-American senator for New Hampshire. And thank you. But I do hope that being so, that it encourages other people to say, yes, I can be there too. And for those people who are in class and getting stares from people when they talk about prisons or slavery, I get it. But you are you. You are in college. You are educated. You are getting your education. You are on your way up. So don't let the stereotypes define you. We also talked about breaking down systems and pointed out the fact that our country was built on a Constitution, the Bill of Rights. And originally it was founded for white people. Yes, we know. But as time went on, there were more amendments that gave more and more people their well-deserved rights. And that is what we stand on. And that is what we stand by. So we should never think that we're less or expect to have less, but work together for this country that we all belong in.
Thank you. I think that is the perfect wrap-up for lunch. Jerry Ann, do you have something to say?
So you're going to announce lunch?
I will. Go ahead.
So there's some individual cards on the table. That's for the same question we'll ask you, but you're going to respond individually on those cards after the keynote address. And if you'll take a moment just to answer those survey questions, that helps us with the work we're doing, the programs that we bring to you, and the conversations that we want to be in discussion with. But that's after the keynote address. And we're looking forward to that keynote address, which should be very dynamic and interesting. And back to you for
All
lunch.
right.
Director.
It is time for lunch, finally. But before we go to lunch, can I just have the students from St. A's to stand and the students from SNHU to stand? All right. So students, look around at all the people that are here to support you. We counting on you. I made it, I have Social Security, so brother needs you. Thank you, students, for being here. On that note, we're going to have the table 17 here to go first, if you could. And it's wonderful food buffet style, so help yourself. There's plenty for everyone. And can we get table 14 as well? So 17 and 14 are going to the front to eat. And your table numbers are on your table on the little yellow tag by the plants. They figured it out. They figured it out. And plus, I'm going to start going around. I'm getting off the stage. If I can invite you to take your seat, that would be great. And on a good note, if you continue doing as good as you are now, you will not have to stay after class with me, which will be great, right? Everyone's doing really good. I'm so excited. You're welcome, you're welcome. You know, I do what I can, We're going to now move into the next part of our program for today, which is our Citizen Awards presentation, just making sure everybody's in their space that needs to be here. So for those that are joining us for the first time, a Citizen of the Year is someone who embodied the spirit of community and leadership. It is essential for us to recognize and honor those individuals who are doing this work on the ground in their communities and whose outstanding contributions inspire others to make a difference.
So the Black Heritage Trail of New Hampshire Citizen of Award was established in 2015 to recognize an individual who, through volunteer service, has been dedicated to strengthening community and individuals. The winner of the Black Heritage Trail of New Hampshire Citizen of the Year Award is selected by a committee from our organization, and members they're selected after nominated and a review process.
And previous award winners have included many individuals that many of us know today: Justice Roe Williams, Napoleon Jones Henderson, Jay Williams, Brenda Lett, Fern Cunningham, Thomas Hooker, Dick Gregory, and Dwight Davis. We are now extremely pleased to introduce the Honorable Charlotte DeLorenzo, former state representative, who will now present this year's Citizens of the Award recipient. Did you want me to put this here, or would you like to hold it? Just put it here. Okay.
Thank you, everyone. Today we gather to honor a woman whose voice has become both a mirror and a megaphone, reflecting what it means to live in community when you are one among many. Instead of disappearing into the landscape, she chose to take up space, to speak her name, and to invite all of us into the hard but necessary work of seeing, listening, and challenging one another. When Shay relocated to Maine in the early 2000s, she found herself in one of the least diverse states in the nation, a setting that sharpened both her awareness and her voice. Out of that experience came Black Girl in Maine Media, a platform that began as a personal reflection and grew into a powerful forum for public dialogue. Through her writing, Shay has illuminated the daily realities of systemic racism and privilege, challenging her readers to think more deeply, act more justly, and engage more humanely. Her work has resonated far beyond Maine, earning national recognition and inspiring countless others to face the realities of race and belonging in America. Beyond the written word, Shay is a gifted public speaker and thought leader. Her 2016 TEDx talk, Inequality, Injustice, and Infection, remains a striking reminder of how structural inequities persist and how courage and truth can be catalysts for healing. Since 2014, Shay has served as the executive director of Community Change, Inc., one of the nation's oldest organizations committed to challenging structural racism. Under her leadership, CCI has continued its vital mission to educate, inspire, and mobilize individuals and communities towards systemic change. Shay Stulip-Boulay embodies what it means to be both fearless and compassionate, to speak truth with charity, and to lead with conviction. Her work reminds us that transformation begins not with comfort, but with courage, not with avoidance, but with honesty. For her unwavering dedication to justice, her courage to speak truth in difficult spaces, and her commitment to building a more equitable world, it is our honor to present the 2025 Black Heritage Trail of New Hampshire Citizen of the Year Award to Shea Stewart Boulay. Please join me in celebrating this extraordinary leader.
Wow. Well, thank you. Obviously, I'm not used to getting awards. I'm like the person who lives behind everything. So I'm like, oh, that person y'all were talking about, that's a real badass, man. I'd like to meet them. You did a great job. You did such a great job of describing me. I guess I was like, I didn't even think it was me. I was like, ooh, can't wait till that person goes up. Thank you so much. Thank you. What a treasure you are. Cute. Got a little thing. So I know I'm supposed to say something, and I was thinking about this last night. I had an all-day hair appointment. You know, you gotta make sure your hair looks good when you're showing up. And then I was tired after sitting in the chair for 8.5 hours getting my hair done yesterday. I was having dinner, and I was like, oh, I looked at the thing they sent me for this, and I was like, oh, I'm supposed to have some remarks for a few minutes. I actually don't really like talking about myself, despite the fact I use personal stories in my writing. So I think I'm just gonna say, one of the questions that somebody asked was about how do you get young people involved? I think you model being the change you wish to see in the world. Moving to Maine changed my life, and I get a little teary when I talk about it. I did not move to Maine willingly, is the best way to put it. I had married a white boy whose family was from New England. We had a nasty divorce and a 6-year-old son then. And it was a really nasty custody battle that ultimately, after almost 5 years, somebody had to move, and he wasn't giving up ground. So I moved to Maine so that our kid could have us in the same location. So when I tell people, like, I didn't move to Maine because I wanted to, you know, I remember, you know, packing up the car, coming here, just being like, I don't want to live in this, why do I have to go to this place? It's so awful. But, like, my kid was, like, really the reason that I moved here. And so when we first moved to Maine, I thought it was just white, but it was really around the time that my son became a teenager, because my children are almost 14 years apart, that I really realized that I need to take more of a racial justice shift. When I started my blog, my children were 3 and 16. A few years after starting the blog, my son was walking down Route 1 in Saco, Maine, for those of you who know Saco, Maine, and he was going to Starbucks or whatever, and somebody threw a can of soda at him, called him the N-word, had another incident by our house where he got brought home in the back of a police cruiser because he had gone to the store to get a sandwich and an iced tea, and the cops thought he looked like a suspect. There apparently had been somebody in the community breaking into cars, and they thought my son fit the description. My son is a 6'4", pretty brown kid, and it turned out the suspect was like a 5'8" white kid. Those incidents really became the catalyst for me deciding that, like, oh, I can't just tell mom blog stories. I need to actually use my undergraduate degree in African American studies and start telling some stories, because I don't think people understand how racism works. For years, I just wrote, people, you know, followed me locally. It was about 2012 that I got discovered. In 2012, we had a really racist governor back in Maine, Paul LePage, for those of you who remember. Accusations were made that year about black people being bused into Maine to vote. It became a national story. I ended up on the now former, there was a really popular show at the time, Melissa Harris Perry. She went to go look for a black person in Maine. And when you name your blog Black Girl in Maine, and you're looking for a black person, apparently you find me. And it's funny, there's more black people now in Maine, but people will still tell me, I'm looking for some black people stuff, and I just found you. Like a comedian was coming to town who apparently writes for The Daily Show the other week, and he's like, I was trying to find black people. And I'm like, yeah, so that's how you find it, Black Girl in Maine. Anyway, I ended up on this show, and up until that point, my writing had been kind of private because I wrote for the Portland Phoenix, but this was back before social media was a big thing. So it was like, nobody actually knew what I did. Like, my day job was running this small youth development organization in Biddeford, Maine. And, you know, I'm taking notes on all the white people and sort of analyzing them. And I'd be writing about them until I showed up on a national TV talk show. And then within a couple of years of there, I went to CCI because I realized that my work really was to move the needle on race, which was interesting coming from Chicago. Prior to moving to New England, I did not think about race or racism to the extent that I have since I moved to New England. And I often reflect on how being a black person in a predominantly white space changes everything in terms of how you move. And it's interesting, my son and my grandkids live in Tennessee, not very far from where my folks are actually from, in Arkansas. So I think a lot about how, like, my grandkids have this experience where they don't have to think about race, but I'm still thinking about race. Anyway, that's really what kind of got me into doing what I do. Writing is my outlet. It's, you know, it's how I process the world, honestly. A lot has changed in northern New England in the 23 years that I've been here, but a lot has not. And for those who are not from the area and not black, I don't think you can understand how stressful it is, especially when you've come from somewhere else to live, like, having to think about race or how do you enter a space. And my work really started as a voice for me, but I never really wanted it to be that white people read my work. I really wanted it to be a bat signal for, like, another black person somewhere in New England to be like, I just moved to this damn region, where are the black people at? And then it just grew into something else. So yeah, I guess I'd say my children, and I told them, I was like, if I was gonna dedicate this, it'd be to Rory, to Isis, my 4 grandkids, because those are my other 4 wives now, when I think about how they have to live in this world, especially living in the South. But yeah, if you want to get people doing something, be the change. Everybody has the opportunity to have a voice. I don't want to talk too long here. 2 more minutes. Oh, okay, cool. But as the granddaughter of sharecroppers, I think about how my folks didn't have a voice. So yeah, I use my voice for all those on my bloodline who didn't have a voice. So you want to do something, use your voice. I'm just a kid from the south side of Chicago who dropped out of high school and ended up going to college and grad school. Actually went to Antioch in New Hampshire here for graduate school. So when you think you can't do something, you're talking to somebody who dropped out of high school, got married at 18, had a kid at 19, now has a couple of degrees. I live on a fancy island, or so they say, doesn't fancy to me. We all have something we can do. And right now, we all need to do the thing. Somebody at that table that I was with said, well, like, we don't know. We're looking for the leader. You don't need to look for the leader. You are the leader. And I say that as someone who some people call a leader. I'm like, I don't know that I'm a leader. I'm just a person who believes we can do something. So thank y'all for this nice little award, and all do something.
Congratulations again, Shay. We're completely honored that you were able to accept that award. All right, how we feeling? You're good? All right, we're going to go back into sessions again. What's going to happen now, we're going to go into a keynote conversation. So you see on the table, there's the teacups and everything. So if you need a cannoli, get a cannoli. If you need a refreshment, get a refreshment. But I would like to bring to the stage now Jason to introduce our keynote and get us moving. Thank you. Yeah. We're twins. We're twins, right? This is a photo moment. Where's the photographer? This is a photo. Get your cameras out. Photo moment.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Chris. My name is Jason Green, and I am here to introduce our keynote. Before I introduce the keynote, I just want to ask the question, how we feeling right now? I am feeling very full and elated, and it's very excited about all the conversations that we have had thus far. Shay just was talking about how she ended up here and how she wasn't going to be here long. I ended up here because I'm also married to a white boy. And I remember coming home one day after my first snowstorm, and there was only 3 inches of snow. But I'm from Alabama, and I slammed the door shut, and I said, I would not be here more than 5 years. And here I am almost 10 years later. As we get ready to bring up our keynote, it's such a full circle moment as I'm reading his bio, because as the panel was here this morning, one of the questions that came through the Zoom was a question about, was an individual with a biracial identity? And then again, Shay made the comment about any black person who is a descendant of slaves probably has some biracial identity because of the way the slaves are treated on plantations. And then when I read the book that this individual wrote, I'm like, it is such a perfect moment to have this individual in this room delivering this keynote as we're talking about the state of the union. And the state of the union for us right now is not great, folks. I serve as the deputy director for the ACLU of New Hampshire, and I will tell you, things are not great. We are rolling back the clock on immigration. We have a state that may be trying to bring back the death penalty. We are rolling back the clock on the rights of LGBTQ folks. The state of the union is very troubling for us right now. But as I look around this room of amazing people and I hear this conversation that's happening, there is some hope. Let me pull up in the bio of this individual that I'm very excited to introduce. Shannon Lanier is not only an actor, but also an Emmy Award-winning TV host and news anchor for the national syndicated Cheddar News and News 12. Shannon is also a writer, having co-authored the book Jefferson's Children, The Story of One American Family, with photojournalist Jane Feldman. The book follows his journey to uncover the history of his 9th generational lineage, tracing his descent from President Thomas Jefferson and his slave, Sally Jennings. As a familyhood and father influencer under the handle Mr. Shannon Lanier on social media, he has nearly 1 million followers. Please welcome me with applause as we bring to the stage our keynote speaker, Shannon Lanier. You want to stand here or take the mic?
Hey, I like that. How y'all doing today? Oh, thank you. Thank you. Got a style, you know. Okay. Now I can't be the only one dancing now. I need to see y'all give me some, give me something. Come on, where you at? Where you at? There we go, there we go. Oh, okay. More rhythm in the room than I thought. We good. All right, come on. All right, thank you so much for that. We appreciate it. I hope you guys are ready for something special because you are in store for a great treat. We have someone here that we're going to have a fireside chat conversation with who is dynamic. She is just one of those people you hit follow as soon as you see one of her first pieces of content. So we're going to get to it, and we're going to get to this conversation, and we'll have time at the end for a few questions from our audience. So we're going to be bringing to the stage a 3-time NAACP Image Award nominee who is an influencer and entrepreneur. Now, for the past 5 years, she has meticulously crafted her brand around the powerful mantra of, we're going to be keeping it black, but keeping it brief. Have y'all seen those? This is a woman who I've never say so much by just drinking a cup of tea. So much in that one sip as you can get. But her philosophy guides her in delivering critical context on today's most pressing issues in a manner that's both succinct and highly stylized as well. Now, her unique approach has earned her significant recognition, including multiple publications where she's been highlighted in, as well as she's coveted the spot of TikTok's first ever visionary voice list. She is an outstanding, phenomenal woman who's coming to the stage to break it down for you. Please put your hands together for Lene Vanee. Hey! Makes me wanna shout. Hey, hey, hey. We got our tea up here. We ready. Let me see. I don't know. Did y'all put some sugar or honey in here? I don't know. Okay. No, it's not sweet at all. We're going to leave that right there. But, all right. She said it was good. I don't know. For me, I just feel like half of the time tea just feels like dirty water. Like
I'm enjoying it. This is good.
Flavored water. I was in London recently, and I was like, okay, I still need some honey in my tea. I don't know. Okay, you like that?
That is good. You know what he's talking about.
Now, y'all talked about my followers. She has almost 2 million followers across social media. So she has a voice who is influencing so many people. But you went to Spelman College, and you got a master. Hey. And she also got a master's right up in here in this area at Boston University. But when you were in school, did you ever think this was going to be your life?
Absolutely not. And it's so funny. Please, phones off. Thank you.
Right.
JK. Is that your phone?
Not me. No,
Oh,
I knew
okay.
better.
But it's so funny that you say that because I think every step of my education, I was told what I likely wouldn't be able to do with what I wanted to do. So first, the choice to go to Spelman, a lot of even my Black women teachers advised me to have backup options because I likely wouldn't get in or likely wouldn't get enough funding to go. And I got a full scholarship, praise God. And then I went to school for psychology just because I was passionate about the subject and really wanted to understand people and how to communicate with people. And through that, I was expected to go get a graduate degree in psychology because you don't make much with a BA in psych. But I also didn't want to therapize anybody, to be honest. I didn't want to do neurology, anything like that. And so people just didn't know what to do with me. And I remember I was like, oh, I really love Black people and I love Black history. So I applied for the master's program. And once again, that was something that I was told I was going to have to go all the way to make something of myself because people didn't appreciate degrees in that field. And something told me not to do it. Something told me to go home. I'm not sure what would have advised me to go make $39,000 a year as a public school teacher in a rural county in Georgia, but that's what I did, and working with those kids prepared me for 2020 and just being at home and like figuring out how to connect with people with the things that I was super passionate about, because I would say before then, when it comes to Black history and learning about it and understanding it, I think most people receive it as they might receive somebody telling them about their Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. And that it's like kind of preachy, it feels condescending, it feels super like sacred, but I wanted to have fun with it and I wanted to just have a good time and I wanted to invite people to the table, not necessarily not necessarily set the table for other people because I'm speaking to my own, but practice irreverence enough to make the conversation accessible. So I say all that to say, no, nobody would have ever thought this would be the thing that I'm doing.
And if you haven't seen her content before, I first tuned into Parking Lot Pimpin', where she sits in the parking lot or on a rooftop and she's telling you topics about today. She's breaking down things that are happening in our society today, but she puts facts behind it. She puts history behind it. She's teaching you about all these things also. It's not just she's up there complaining and she's talking about an issue. She is educating us and breaking it down, because a lot of times we're trying to figure out what's true and what's not. Well, she has the background to prove it also. She has the degrees to prove it also. So my content's a little bit different. I'm a fatherhood family influencer, and I just like to have fun and be silly, but I'm teaching also on my page, but in a different way. So when you were coming up with this idea, this persona, how did you go about creating what it ends up being now. Because when I was creating my content, and people always ask me, hey, how did you or how do you? But I had to define what was organic to my life. And as a news anchor and a father, I joined both of those worlds together. So one of the skits that I do is called The News Anchor Dad, where I'm talking to my kids in my news anchor voice, like, this just in. And then I, talk about them and their behavior or something crazy that they've done. So, but it took me some trial and error to figure out what my page was gonna be. So how did you come up with what your page was gonna be?
I don't think I tried to create a persona. I just kind of wanted to do something, and I think what you said, whatever's organic to your life makes the most sense. It's the easiest thing to do, and it's the easiest thing to be consistent with. I think really just the only trial and error I did was figuring out the model. I understood there was an audience and an appetite for what I wanted to give, but how do I package it in a way that makes people like sit and listen? And so that's how I came up with the tagline, and I didn't do too much thinking about that either. I said, how to let people know that I'm going to be here for a good time, but not a long time. And then I said, well, I'm going to keep it black. I'm going to keep it brief. So, people would stay to the end. Yeah.
And so do you now feel a responsibility as an influencer, because people are tuning into social media to get their news, to get, their education, to get so much. So it's not like you're just on there just to be on there. You're on there with purpose. Do you feel a great responsibility as a social media influencer content creator?
I absolutely do. And I will say when I first started, it was just about history. It was just about these little known facts that were super inspiring to me that kind of revealed that a lot of the ways that we tried to put walls and parameters around and within society were wrong or just, ill-informed. And I wanted to communicate a message of inclusion in the best way that I could. And being from the South, having been reared up in the Bible Belt, there's a lot of things that we were, I want to say indoctrinated to believe were just like wrong. And those beliefs really prevent us from communing. As a community, it prevents us. Sorry, the question really threw me off guard because I've been thinking a lot about this lately. I'm just gonna have to say, I'm trying to clean it up and make it cute, but I can't make it. White people really did a number on us. Yeah. Colonialism and how Christian nationalism thrown on the faith really did a number on us. The way they wrote about African peoples on the continent and demonizing their indigenous and traditional religious practices, the demonizing of homosexuality and transgenderness and all these other things severely did a number on us. And so when I first started, my goals were to talk about these sort of taboo subjects that just broke my entire perspective wide open about the power that we could have if we just understood that these people are people just like us. And more often than not are the reasons we're sitting here at these tables together. We just never said their names. So with that said, the more that I wanted to do that, I still wanted to reach a larger audience. And so I started figuring out how to attach what's going on in the headlines or in pop culture to this historical moment and tie the receipt to the moment to make it feel hip, in the now, whatever. And like I said, build that audience. But as the headlines got worser and worser and worser, I was like, oh, now I have to talk about politics, something that I thought I never would have wanted to. But if the mission of my content was to empower Black people, was to give them vocabulary, to give them their own receipts to carry to the work meeting or whatever when they're being called irrational or too passionate or quick to anger, or even into their homes when, parents don't want to really address the issues going on in the home or with other family members. If I'm doing all these things, what's going on politically has to be included in that, because our identity politics are what affect our everyday lives. They're what affects our family structures, our units, what goes on in the homes, in classrooms, and how our children are treated, how mothers are treated in the hospitals, and all these things. It's all connected. So I began to feel even more and more compelled to educate myself and understand it myself before sharing it with people, because even before that moment, I always took my audience seriously, because so many people get on the internet and say anything. They don't research, and even if they were well researched, there is so much more satisfying faction for some of these people to exist in echo chambers or to just jump onto these thought patterns or ideologies that brew and kick up hate because it's easy to monetize those things and get support for those things. So I just try to make sure that I, number one, know what I'm talking about and give people the best information possible, because I'm always going to be on the side of truth, and that just happens to be on my side as well. So
Whatever the truth is.
whatever the truth is.
Right. I love that. And I guess I kind of ran the other way because as a news anchor, I just got so tired of all the doom and gloom and all the sad stuff and, this person died and this fire and this shooting and the politics. And so I wanted to create an outlet where people could have some levity and some escapism from the world. And so I created a page where you can come and laugh. People tell me all the time, when I'm having a bad day, I just come to your page to laugh or just, smile with you and your family. But also hidden in that message of laughter is a very active father. Because I got tired of the statistic that there's deadbeat dads, and they usually get deadbeat black dads. And the statistics have showed that black fathers are more active and productive in their children's lives than their counterparts. So I felt like that needed to be highlighted and to prove and show people that I'm not a unicorn. Like people would see me out at the grocery store like, you got all 3 of your kids with you by yourself? Where's your wife? I'm like, I can handle it. I'm a father. Yeah, another dad in the back. Yeah, I was like, I'm a dad. I can handle it. So I wanted to highlight that and highlight that there are dads out here doing the job 365 days of the year, but I kind of wrap that in the disguise of a fun, silly page where we're having a good time.
And that's good, too. You always got to, what is it? The medicine in the sugar? Candy? Something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Medicine and sugar.
Yeah.
They all go down.
You attract more flies with honeys, bees.
Yeah, exactly.
But no, I think that's, and we were talking about that backstage. I think all of that's a part of it. Everybody has an opportunity, whether it's representation or whether it's just using whatever avenue that you have to offer some sort of help or empowerment or education offering to people. So, and I think we all need it. I think, my content is super political on its face, but you watch my videos to laugh. You watch my videos to get some sort of insight or analysis that comes from an area that, like I said, that irreverence, we don't have to be so stuffy and uptight about it, but sometimes people just want to laugh. And the reality is all of it can coexist. And all of it is necessary for us to have balance. Yeah. When we talk about the Harlem Renaissance, we're not just talking about W.B. Du Bois. We're also talking about Langston Hughes. We're also talking about Zora Neale Hurston. We're also talking about the Cotton Clubs. So entertainment, I just hate when people have the conversation like, people are losing this, that, and the other. We don't want to see this. We can be making sure that people are getting the messages that people are losing SNAP, EBT, benefits, and all these things, and also making sure we're taking care of one another's mental health by offering some means of escape and communal reprieve. So I don't think that anybody's content is more frivolous than the other if it is benefiting the whole health of the community.
Very good point. So as a former teacher, I'm just curious how you feel, and an educator now. I mean, you're still educating folks. I'm just saying, how do you feel about the current dynamic of this country where they're misinforming everybody? They're taking the history out. They're rewriting history and trying to take out so much of the truth from what we should have been teaching. It's the same reason you wanted to go out and teach these things, and now they're trying to take it away.
It's frustrating. I think two ways about it. On the one end, it's obviously frustrating. It can be frightening, but I'm not scared, and I'll tell you why in 2 seconds. It's frustrating because, how do I want to explain this? Have you ever heard someone say, I'm an alpha male? Irritating, frustrating. And I think the underlying irritation and frustration is if you were an alpha male, you probably wouldn't be announcing it, right? And that's how I feel about these people who spread misinformation. They're people who don't really have the confidence that they pretend to do, but also they're loud because they're small. And our algorithms would trick us into believing that these groups are much larger than they are, or even the way, a certain election may have gone, that these groups are actually bigger than us, but the reality is that they're not. And also, by the way things have gone, a certain base is also turning on the party, So I say all these things to say is that to get on the bright side of it, I think the misinformation at this point is obvious. And there are people who just want to commit to the bit for the sake of potentially benefiting from the power structure that is thriving off that misinformation. But so many more of us see it clear as day and are being activated to combat it in our daily lives and with our children. So there's just such more intentional effort in making sure people get the right information, making sure full and complete histories are taught, making sure children get supplemented in and out of school. Like, I can't speak for teachers in specific areas like Florida and what they might be doing to combat this kind of thing, but I see a lot of optimism in this moment because it's requiring us to be much more autonomous in our political education and our recognition of what, like, historical patterns and things like that. So I think it's a double-edged sword. I think the people who are loud on the internet are not as effective as they would like us to believe. And then I also believe, given this onslaught of misinformation and hate and all these things, people are taking it upon themselves to resist.
And it just brings me back to my journalistic background of saying, research, people, look it up yourselves. If you, even if you think it's true, look it up. Find 3 sources that back up this information to prove, because now with AI and everything else, you don't know what's true and what's not. So
and you make a great point, because sometimes headlines are they're believable to us, and bias exists, and some bias exists on the side of right, but even so, there are some things that we are quick to be like, oh my God, like, and spread it quickly because we want people to be informed, but you have to double check and just make sure. I think most recently, actually, they said I could say what I want. Anyway.
Go for it, you got this.
So most recently with I don't even know what to call it, but when Charlie Kirk was murdered, after that, there was this proliferation of conversation about threats being sent to HBCUs. And so I saw someone that I would look to for, like, news updates post that there was an active shooter on Norfolk State's campus at that moment. Looked it up. No reporting on it. And so I think it's something that they heard and was concerned, just picked up and ran with it, but you cannot do that. Like,
surprisingly, actual news outlets are doing the same thing, just running with the information, we'll fix it later if it's wrong, and not fact-checking it like they would have 25 years ago.
Yeah, and fixing it later is so hard now, because when people see, like, even people who watch my content, they have to come back to my page sometimes to see the next thing that I post, because I might not pop up in their algorithm. So it's just so much harder to clean up messes once you started. And that's also why I've got a bunch of colleagues that do the same type of work that I do, and we all have different posting schedules or just posting habits. I will post once a week. I will pick something that I can research heavily and then talk about that thing, because I'd much rather give you quality information than give you a bunch of quantity and have to do any sort of retractions or anything like that. I'll always say when I'm wrong, but I try my best not to be. I'm also a Capricorn, so there's that.
Right, that part. Well, you know, I was looking yesterday, because y'all, she's been busy, y'all. She has a new TV show that she's been doing, Revolt. So make sure you check her out on Revolt. But that's been keeping you busy, so
It's free.
It's free, right? Amen. So I do want you to tell us about that briefly. But that's been keeping you from being able to be as active on social media, right?
Yeah, it is. It's a difficult balance, but I'm really grateful for it. That's one of the things you have to decide, just how you move over time, because if we're also being honest, I was doing that for 5 years. And so I could reward myself with doing something different.
Right.
But I do believe the parking lot is just like a powerful and necessary tool. And I've always said, if something crazy happens, I'll get in the parking lot. And that's actually how I think I went viral the first time. I was on a break. I would take the holidays through my birthday off. But then that Capitol riot happened. So then I had to get in my chair and then cuss them people out for the Capitol riot. And I think that's how all of you know me here today. So I'll always go back, but I am just trying to juggle it, because I'm not just starring on the show, I'm writing and producing on the show, executive producing. I'm very grateful to have that sort of power and influence, and in collaboration with the CEO of Revolt. Beautiful experience. We just don't always have it on a Friday morning to get out and do another script.
And it's called The People's Brief?
The People's Brief with Lene Vanee on Revolt.
Yeah, and you can see there's clips on YouTube as well. You've had some amazing interviews thus far on the show. Who's been one of your favorites?
One of my favorites, I have so many. I actually got the opportunity to bring some of my old professors on to kind of break down some topics with me. So that's been cool.
I like the Stacey Abrams one.
Stacey Abrams, yes.
just so powerful.
We most recently did a special with her. Roy Wood Jr. I had Pastor Jamal Bryant on there recently. Sam J.
And Roy has a new book coming out too.
Roy does have a new
Check
book.
his
So
new book.
I had Don Lemon most recently as well. These last few episodes are really great, guys. A really
Y'all
fun
missing out.
time.
Y'all better hurry up and go check them out.
And actually, for our finale, I'm giving you a sneak peek because obviously we record well before it's put out. I got to sit down with the children of some living legacies. So the children of Al Sharpton, Ozzie Davis and Ruby Dee, Dick Gregory, and just talk to them about what it was like to be the child of such an icon and the type of things that they experienced. And they also spoke to just how much it was necessary. We had a comedian represented, we had an activist represented, and we also had Hollywood royalties and musicians, and how all of them would work in tandem with one another to uplift community. So it was a really amazing experience. So the show does a number of things. The mission is to make sure people feel empowered, have vocabulary, have tools, have resources, understand what's affecting their community. It's been a little bit of a struggle in trying to figure out how to produce evergreen content that has to be pre-shot and also feel current. And also make sure people feel like we're meeting the moment. And we're figuring it out as we go. But it also allows for us to just bridge gaps in spaces and have conversations with a lot of really cool people. So I'm grateful.
But one of the things that I like the show, it doesn't just talk about the problem, it also talks about solutions. So we know there's a lot of problems out there, but let's talk about some of the solutions and what we can do in the room and some of the people, just in terms of some of the things we're seeing in our communities and the administration that's happening now, some of the shutdowns that are happening. Is there anything that you think we can do as a community, as an individual, to help?
Talk to your neighbors. And I say that as someone who likes to come home and not be bothered by anybody. But we are reaching a point where we quite literally have to be in connection and relationship with the person next door. Because you never know what you're gonna need and when you're gonna need it. And I'm not trying to fear monger at all, because at this point, I can't be afraid every day. Like there's bad news coming through my phone to me from multiple different directions every single day. And I am being delusional. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm being absolutely delusional because I feel like you have to be in the collapse of society to imagine a new one. And I think that's the opportunity that we have here. But with all that said, there are so many different threats to the way we live our lives normally, or the ways that we have in the past few decades. And I will say, you guys can nod in agreement. I'm only 30. Some of you guys have been here much longer than me and have seen several terrible leaders, maybe not to this extent on American soil, but you've seen a lot of things and seen society ebb and flow. So we're just at one of those inflection points. But I say all of that to say this particular inflection point has us buying power banks and emergency lamps and candles and all sorts of things, has us stocking up at the grocery store.
I just built a bunker. No, I'm just kidding.
I was about to say, must be nice.
I was thinking about it,
though. Those of us who can build bunkers are building bunkers. But you just never know when you're gonna need your next door neighbor. And I think that's one part of it, but also, again, we have an opportunity to change the way that we do things, because we leave canvassing up to politicians when they're ready to run for something. When people are out knocking on doors, trying to assess needs, or at least inform you on who's running. And I've been telling politicians the same thing. Y'all gotta stop doing that. You need to have a fish fry and don't ask nobody for nothing. Just get to know people and consistently do that sort of work. So it's not really a question, and not for just the sake of you've been there, you've been in the seat for the longest, like this person is ingrained in community. But we can canvass as well, and I think it will have to start with the leads of different nonprofits and communities and things like that. But even as individuals, kickbacks, movie nights, cookouts, whatever, that you then commandeer and make sure everybody is aware of the current situation and asking them what they need. Because I also think, as we're thinking about economic pushback, people are talking about not doing Christmas this year, which I think is a great idea. People are talking about general strikes. Everybody can't do that. But the people who want to participate, and even people who are on the fence, what do they need to feel secure to do that? And I'm asking you to talk to your neighbors and not just talk to people online, because we got to localize these efforts for them to be impactful, for them to be stronger. I will also say that in our efforts to try to get these things done, we want to think about numbers, but we need to be thinking about impact more. And someone on the internet, I saw the video in passing. Don't you hate when you see a video, then it refreshes and you loses it, you can't save it, you go back to it? So I don't know the woman who said this, but she really encouraged me with this. She said, what most people don't realize is that the vast majority of Americans did not participate in the civil rights movement. But just enough did. And all we need is enough. Just enough. And everybody doesn't have to do everything.
Well, my problem is there's so many people who are saying that not everybody has to do anything, so I'm going to just sit here and be quiet. If you're being silent, then you're part of the problem.
Mm-hmm.
You have to speak up on your part, do your part, do what you can, because everybody can do something. And even if you're afraid, you can donate to someone who is doing their part, who is doing the fighting on the front line. So don't feel like there's nothing you can do. If you disagree with something, speak up. If you disagree with something, align yourself with an organization that is speaking up for those efforts. And I know it was said earlier in the earlier panel about leave us alone, and just for the clarification, they may have clarified it afterwards already, but for me, the leave me alone is leave us alone if you're going to cause problems, if you're going to bring trouble, if you're going to bring dissension in the community.
Or if you're just going to be a negative Nancy.
Right, that's that part. But I think we got to keep remembering this is the United States of America. Our unity is our power. Being unified is what they're afraid of. I mean, ever since slavery, ever since before then, in order to separate a community, in order to have a dictatorship, in order to do all these things, you have to divide the people. So the more divided we are, the easier we fall. So that's why I always say to unify yourselves, come together, talk to your neighbors, be a community, and unite on whatever fight you're going to take part in. Do it with others and do it on a united front. But
I agree.
yeah,
I'm with you.
so do that. Get busy, y'all. There's something for everybody to do out here. So I would we talked earlier about the misinformation. What are some of the sources that you go to, or your go-to sources to get information?
Yeah, so like I said, I have a couple of colleagues like Elizabeth Booker Squared, Consciously, Deontay Kyle, Rayshonda Elias even, Here's Why Kevin, Midas Touch, Aaron Parnas. Aaron Parnas has a breaking news update every 30 seconds. Hate that for that young man. But also as far as publications, AP News, the 19th, it's getting slim. Because I'm trying to remember, but those are the two that always come to the top of mind. I'm losing more sources, it seems like by the day. But AP News for sure. Midas Touch is a publication, and then the 19th news source that is non-biased, but it basically covers news that affects women and femmes, which also affect everybody. So, that.
Okay. And there were some questions that were given to us I want to make sure we get to. One of them was, how do you hold both pride in the progress and anger and our continued inequities without losing hope or focus?
I know who my God is.
Hey,
that's
sorry.
That's the answer that just comes off the top of the head, because that's where I have to be right now to just maintain my sanity. But I also know that other people have been here before. What's his name? Edgar Albert Guest. He has a poem called See It Through. There's a line that says, remember, you are facing just what other men have met. And as I get enlightened in my process, I quite literally am like, oh, Angela Davis said this at one point in time, or Bell Hooks said this, or I read this years ago in Company River Collective, their book that they have, How We All Get Free. But I say all that to say, we can read, advice has been given to us, and we just have to take it. We have to adapt it to the times. and not let fear be the determining factor of how we respond to it. Because danger is real, but fear is just, it's a bodily response that dictates how you're gonna respond to it. So that's why I said I'm delusional right now. I'm just out here moving around. I'm doing my best. I'm continuing to put my best foot forward. I'm encouraging other people to do the same, because the reality that we are in only exists because we've let it. The reality that we're in only exists because the people who have had the monopoly on governing society keep reinventing it the same way every time, which includes some group of people, likely the most dark-skinned on the bottom, suffering the most now that racism isn't cool, just really putting that class pressure and sucking the juice out of the middle class and criminalizing poverty, you know? So again, I also feel that the worse it gets, the closer we are to something good. And that's hard to manage because I'm like, okay, God, how much worse? It seems like it can get down in the gutter, but that is the optimism that fuels me. Like, what am I supposed to be learning here? And I've been saying this since I sat down. I feel like this is the biggest learning experience for the entire country that we have ever had. And this is the test of, we're on the 250-year anniversary. I think I'm skipping to a question, but here we are. We're on the 250-year anniversary of this nation, and this is the test for us to actually live up to the name United States of America, you know? This room is so diverse. I live in Atlanta. I don't get to see this many not Black people. I was actually wondering where y'all were hiding the Black people when I got here. But this is the time for us to put everything they've given us to the side and build an America that allows us to quite literally see one another and not just see what we can get for ourselves. And I'm excited to see what that is. Like, that's what fuels me.
How do we get to that place of building that? Are there steps that we can partake in to help build that?
I think so. I keep talking around it, but mutual aid is the big kicker. Whether it is community gardens, whether it is women's groups, making sure families are taking care of children. And that's why they wanted the Black Panthers out of there. Because of the children's breakfast programs, because of not just self-defense, but because of all the ways the community was coming to aid itself and no longer needing to lean on the federal system. And it might mean just a change in lifestyle, a sacrifice of what's convenient for you and what makes you comfortable.
And then because when you are leaning on the federal system, then they can say, well, we're going to take it away.
Absolutely.
And we've seen it
quite
happening.
literally, absolutely. So it's building the infrastructure to not need that anymore. And to the point earlier about misinformation, let's see how many schools pop up. How education moves differently in the years to come. How science is going to move differently, because they told me that you guys have been seeing the effects of climate change here with your tree season and your snow season as well. We've got a rainy season now down in Atlanta. It's crazy work over there. But yeah, everything's about to shift and change because we're going to have to take the power back.
Yeah, and I like the part about reading, because they say if you want to hide something from someone, put it in a book. My wife, and they said, we're taking books out of the schools, we're taking books off the shelves. My wife was going around buying up. I was like, babe, we don't need any more books. We got to get them before they remove them. So she was like, they're going to be in our house. So I
have a funny story.
All of them.
I may or may not have brought a ghost in my house trying to do the same thing.
A ghost.
Very interesting story. I was on this
Casper, friendly, or we talking?
We don't know. The Gullah priestess called said it was cool.
You might get some oils. I bind it in the name of Jesus. Okay, sorry.
No, I've been on this kick of just trying to be sustainable with my shopping and decorating my home, and it's harder for me because I'm such a stickler for wanting to feel like myself. I've literally lived in my apartments with nothing on my walls for years because I didn't necessarily want to buy AI art of Black people. I wanted real art, but I don't got real art money yet. Well. So I've started antique shopping and found a lot of really amazing pieces that finally feel like me, not simply Afrocentric pieces, but feel like African American. I came across this really beautiful restored poster from the from the Harlem Dance Theater in 1990, and I've got that hanging up in my home. Anyway, came across this photo that a lot of people in this room probably have seen. It was a Black Union soldier from the Civil War. And I was like, this picture looks really sad, but I feel like if I leave it here, like it won't be preserved, so I'm gonna take it home with me. Then my house started making noises. The noises have since stopped. I also returned the photo. I said, somebody else can have this picture, because I don't need whatever this is in my house. But yes, I agree with your wife on that part. Get the things, like preserve the things, because that's gonna be left up to us as well.
Wow. That's cool. See, I would have wanted to talk to him.
Just
like,
pay attention to the energy you feel, like off rip.
Right, okay. Well, you know, we got only 5 minutes left, and I think it's important as the 6th grade grandson of Thomas Jefferson and Sally Hemings that, you know, we all have heard those words. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator to certain unalienable rights. Among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. However, it's interesting that when he wrote that, he wasn't talking about half of the people in this room. More than half of the people in this room, if I look around, land-owning white men is who he were talking about there. Not women, not people of color, land-owning white men. So therefore, it makes you think about what we can do to bring those words to life today and a new representation of those words 250 years later. So what would New Age Declaration of Independence, or even some would even dare say the Black Declaration of Independence look like to you? Or what would some of the words be included in that?
It's crazy because the words are there. All men are created equal. And I think that's the long and short of it. It's just committing to that belief and understanding.
But then again, today, you might be like, oh, men, women, other, then you know, the list could go on.
Sure. All people are created equal.
All humans.
All human beings are created equal. Amen. Hallelujah. But I also understand the desire for something to come from us in saying that. And I feel like, you know what? I feel like a Black Declaration of Independence, and I want to preface this by saying that I understand Black people are not the only people who exist in America, that we make up 14% of the population, but America would not exist without us. That's just point blank, period.
Let's go.
We also didn't ask to be here. Y'all stole us, plopped us here, and we figured it out anyway. We thrive in so many, like, I love Black people so bad. And I don't have to get into a tirade about it because we have 2 minutes now. But I think whatever our new Declaration of Independence will have to say, if Black people had a very particular input, it would be that this country has to recognize our impact and recognize its atrocities to us, full stop. That's it. We want rights for everybody, and I feel like that's what most of us have been saying. Some of us have been saying we want to leave. Unfortunately, some of us have been so affected by white supremacy that we've adopted Black supremacy and white supremacy and blackface. And I'm not with any of that, but for the most part, when you solve Black people's problems, you solve everybody's problems. When you solve Black women's problems specifically, you solve the world's problems. And that's it. That's all we've been trying to say, but what that should let you know is that the people who are up top don't want anybody's problems to be solved but their own.
And I think it's up to everybody in this room to empower yourselves to be part of that solution, to be able to make those words ring true today. You're the only one standing in your way from making sure your neighbor feels that they're equal to you and that you can provide that atmosphere of equality within your community. I tell people, it could be as simple as when someone tells an off-color racist joke or something like that, you not laugh. You tell them that's inappropriate, you don't think that's right, just confronting it right there, full stop, in that situation, and you will start to affect people one by one. So people are always making it more harder than it has to be. You know, do as Jesus did and love thy neighbor. It's pretty simple. And then get to a point where, it may not change the world at that moment, but that small ripple can spread out and touch the world eventually. So I just think it is important for all of us to be able to do our part and not just stay silent or not feel that you are not big enough or strong enough or capable enough to do something, that we all are part of this together. So, Well, thank you guys so much for your attention today. We appreciate you guys. I know we may have some questions out there. So we have a mic going around. Raise your hand if you have a question. 2 mics out there. So raise your hand and we'll get to you. But we appreciate you guys being, there we go.
Is it on?
Yes, sir.
One thing was mentioned that Lene mentioned, it has to get worse to get better. And we were talking about that is actually a very true statement. I mean, even the current situation with the shutdown, I do think that yes, it's hurtful to a lot of people financially, but I think before compromising to solve a situation just to end up never working in the favor. And I mean, even in the days of, you talk about Hitler days, it had to get worse for Germany to change. Mm-hmm. So things almost, you have to kind of someone has to expose themselves, because a first Trump term, he had people around him who kind of was tamer. Mm-hmm. This time, people are bolder and they really let the real Trump come out. So I do think that statement you made is very on point.
It is, yeah. I think too, I know it wasn't much of a question, but thank you for adding that. One thing I think about a lot right now is the story about Paul and the thorn in his side, and how we asked for it to be removed 3 times, and the response was like, I got you talking to me more. Like you're looking to me for leadership and direction and all these things, and just so the thorn isn't being removed from our side, because there are some habits we've got to develop in order to get out of the situation. Yeah.
Another question in the corner there.
Hello, everyone. Vadik Kuumba, and really just appreciate the energy that y'all brought out. Like when you came in and you were dancing with the music, and just like culturally, it was like really impressive how you all kind of came together and then like shared all your thoughts succinctly. So I appreciate that. I wanted to like ask about power, and thinking about like how we're talking about how power moves. And throughout the day, there's been a lot of like really powerful Black voices on the stage, and people talking about like how they've come into the positions that they're in, from like being activists and like pushing against things, and then now you're on a city commission or doing these other things, or now you're a voice on revolt, like going from being like a teacher in the schools. And so just like thinking about in the history of this country, the way that the country has treated folks who are resistant, like they will, they'll try to execute you, they'll try to kill you, they'll try to like discredit you, or they'll promote you. They'll put you in a position of power, they'll give you money, they'll give you a seat at the table, they'll give you a corner office. And so my question for you both is like, how do you still stay grounded in your community, in your culture, and not get co-opted, and your message co-opted to the corporatists or the capitalists who stand to benefit from using your voice?
That's a good one. I took control back over. I left the corporate world and created my own, became an entrepreneur, and now I know they said in the bio, I'm still at some of the news outlets, but creating my own news outlet, if you will, to get my own voice, opinions, a way that no one else can dictate over and control. So I think a lot of that is having our own and creating our own. We talked about, a little bit earlier, and having your own, stores and doctors and schools in your communities. Having your own is power. So, that.
And I think just making sure you value that over whatever the other offer is, because once you commit to that, that's where the power actually comes from. Like you have, for instance, I have the influence over 900,000 people, and some of those are bots, who knows, who cares, but my commitment to that and to them and always telling them the truth is what gives me the influence that other people wanting to work with me are seeking. And so I'm not gonna ever sacrifice that or jeopardize my integrity to do anything that is not for the welfare and well-being of that audience. And so for some people, I think it's just one of those things that's it's not taught, it's just gotta be in you. You gotta appreciate that value more than the alternative, and just be horse blinders on about that sort of thing. But the other part is I think you have to be vigilant because sometimes the wolf comes in sheep's clothing and it may seem like a great opportunity or just a space for you to expound in this area. And then once you're in it, you hear there are these stipulations. And my biggest thing is the moment that it feels weird is the moment that you should stop.
Red flag, red flag.
Yeah.
And staying in the community also helps. You know, you talk about staying grounded. My family will knock me back down quick if I get a big head. They will bring you down. So staying in your family, in your community, your church, you know, they help you stay grounded and connected to the voice of the people also. When people start getting away from the people they're serving, that's when they start to lose that voice.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
You better project.
She's running to you. Good job. It's on.
It's on.
Has any contemporary black Afro-American artist influenced you, a visual artist influenced you in any way, had an effect on you in the last few years?
A visual artist?
Visual artist.
Beyonce's last visual album. I mean, that was hot. That was hot.
I'm thinking of like Amy Sherrill.
I gotta tell you, it's not a medium I'm super well versed in, like to like know names. I think really this era, and to your point of what Beyonce did with her last visual album, I just think even with like something Kendrick did at the Super Bowl, we're creating visual art in different mediums and ways to like make points and make commentary. So I just think this time right now is very against the grain. It's very brass tacks. It's very unapologetic. And those things are influencing me. I feel in community with people putting other art or just contributions out to society, and especially with social media, there's just so many different ways to create art and consume it. But at this moment, no, I don't know a name.
Oh, I got a few that I went to an art show recently. Kehinde Wiley, obviously, always amazing. You know, I interviewed him like 10, 15 years ago, and I could have got one of his works for like $5,000. I was like, oh, it's so much. I can't even afford to look at them now. Them things are so expensive. I should have got one. But a few, Woodrow Nash, he's a sculptor. He does some great work. Just stunning. Calvin Coleman was another one. Kendele John, I think I'm saying that right. And then Charlie Palmer. Those are a few that I was like, oh, I want to get some of their works, you know. So, but very inspiring. And then I like stuff that also tells a story and it makes you just stare at the thing until you just get stuck in thought on it. But that's just me. So, any last question? I think we have two more questions, maybe.
Purple? I will also say there was I don't remember her name right now, but what was the name of their exhibit? Alicia Keys and Swiss Beats? Oh, yeah. They've got all of them in there. If you get that book from their exhibit, the artists in there are doing all of the work, yeah.
Oh,
I first want to say thank you for your work.
Thank you.
I'm a historian and a historical interpreter, and your work came around a very good time, a hard time, but a very good time, and it spoke directly to me, and it gave me courage in a time when it was a lot. So thank you for that, even though I was
Thank you.
Just another number out there, but when you were speaking to us, collectively us, I felt that.
Thank you.
So some of my content has fell onto the wrong side of the internet recently.
Oh, God.
And, you know, I've experienced quite a bit. I've lectured and had actual white supremacist groups show up to my lectures and scream at me. So, like, that was in person. But it's been very interesting having my content land on the wrong side. And how do you power through it? You probably know very intimately what it is like to have thousands of...
So I actually don't get Instagram notifications anymore. Does it make me habitually tap on the app to just make sure I haven't missed anything? Like, yes. But I don't get comment notifications to my phone. I also put in keywords that I don't want to see. I can also turn off my comment section when I want to. I can also fast when I need to. And I've learned that fasting from the internet Like, it's a tool. Like, don't let anyone make you feel like you're weaker or not able to withstand something because you choose to withdraw. We're not supposed to be exposed to that much of anything on a regular basis. Like, we're human beings. We're supposed to be touching grass outside, and now, like, all of a sudden we're on our phones. And the other thing is recognizing that a few things are happening here. These people don't know you. These people do not have the education that you have. These people are intent upon hurting you, and that is the only result that they are looking for. They are not there to be productive. And so they're just quite literally running their mouth, and you don't have to interact with it. I think for people who are higher profile, sometimes we can put a timer on how long we're gonna withdraw because, you know, things like die over, but to some people are just trolls and they wanna keep coming back and doing the things. Keep blocking those people and protect your peace, because they quite literally don't matter. You're doing great work and they wish to discourage you. And so part of what keeps me motivated is knowing that nobody's gonna get the drop on me. Nobody's gonna stop me from doing this work, because the work is what matters the most. And the people who are receiving it and benefiting from it, that value trumps their negative opinion. And most of all, even people who enjoy your content, nobody understands your calling and what work you've had to put into it and what you've been asked to do. So even people, some of the worst things for me that have hurt my feelings is when people may have followed me for a long time and then I'll say something and then they say that, oh, I was such a supporter of your work. It disheartens me that you have said this and I can't believe you said, I don't give up. And it's not so much that I don't, it just hurts my feelings because I have so much to give and I do truly love and care about the people that I'm trying to speak life into, but also that person put an expectation on you that you never committed to. And so you're not responsible to it. Yeah.
Yeah, and let it be your motivation, because if you weren't doing important work that threatens their well-being, then they wouldn't have anything to say. So I feel like that's just proof that you're doing the right thing, because if you weren't not a threat, then they wouldn't have anything to say. So keep doing it. And we have one last question. Oh, I'm sorry. They're giving us signs back there.
Thank you all so much for being here. Your content got me through COVID. Thank you so much. I'm a public education teacher. Me and my bestie teach at West High School here in Manchester. Most all my students are POC. I teach ESOL. So what would you say, my students couldn't be here, my BSU students could not be here today. They will be here next year, best believe. Okay. But what would you tell them, equip them with to get them through what is gonna be a rough couple of years? Like, I started off my year doing a Know Your Rights training with all my students because I had a student detained weeks before school started. What do you give them to keep them going? Because there's not a lot out there that's keeping them going. Yeah, so I don't know what my question is, but yeah.
I mean, it sounds cheesy, and I'm thinking of a very specific example. I was sitting with Fred Hampton Jr. on a panel. Crazy. Sounds and looks just like his daddy. It was almost like, we sure this is not Fred? But he spoke about how we know, have you guys seen Judas and the Black Messiah? If you have not, you should watch it. It's an amazing film about how the FBI turned, I don't even think he was a part of the organization at first. He was just some guy trying to get in on what the Black Panther movement in Chicago was doing and spy on Fred Hampton. But that was when Fred Hampton was 21. The FBI started spying on Fred Hampton when he was 14 years old, tapping his phones because he was organizing communities as a teenager. So Fred Hampton's story does not end well, so I don't know if that's the story you want to tell your children, but you are never too young to make an impact. And you are never too young to change the course of history. And whatever it is they have to contribute is necessary. Like the butterfly effect, all of these things, every single thing that a person does in this room impacts the flow of society. And I would urge them to be good people. And by good people, I mean considerate of people who do not look like them, who do not come from where they come from. Even if, because you said you teach ESOL, and so I know those students are going through a very particular experience. Another thing that helps me get through is understanding that a lot of these people who are buying into the system, like people who sign up to work for ICE. They also have a very particular experience. They've also been fed particular things, and or they have a situation to where this power makes sense to them and does something for them. So understanding motivations helps you draw back and see what the actual issues are instead of focusing so much on how things make you feel, right? I think how things make you feel absolutely do matter, but sometimes they do obfuscate what the actual root of the issue is. And sometimes those emotions and the immediate feeling of a particular encounter create so much chaos for people with long-standing trauma and impact that we never get back to the root. So teaching them to hold space for two things and how to process them.
Yeah, and just to piggyback on that, the famous quote, "Be the change you want to see in the world." This is the opportunity and the chance, especially with social media. Social media is the new front line. You can be on social media from your home and start a revolution. So this is an opportunity for them, because they're so good at that social media stuff, to really be the voice of change and to follow that advice. So, thank you. And thank you guys so much for your attention today. And let's give it up for Lene one more time, everybody. Woo!
Thank you guys. Thank you so much for having me.
If you're not, follow her right now, okay? Get out your phones. Follow her today. And don't forget to watch her on Revolt, The People's Brief. Thank you so much. And I wasn't fair to the tea. The tea actually ended up being good. I just like a lot of sugar, but it smells good. I was like, oh, it smells good. I just need sugar, that's all. But it is actually good. So I didn't want to be a hater on the tea.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. I had to get another whoa in there. Okay. I have done a number of these Black New England conferences, and I was like, oh, you can't top the last one. But each year, we just take it to another level. So can you once again give it up for our keynote and our monetary? Woo. What an extraordinary day this has been in a world that so often tries to box young people in, to tell them who they are, what they can be, and how far they can go. Our presenters today, each and every one of them, reminded us that the boxes were never meant for us in the first place. We had so many mic drop moments. I got like 10 of them, and I know Jerry is like, nope, I'm not gonna let you do them, so okay. She said it's okay.
By the way, this is our president.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was so excited, I didn't even introduce myself, thank you. So I am Shari Robinson, and I have the honor and privilege of serving as the board president for the Black Heritage Trail of New Hampshire. I just got so excited. So just a few mic drop moments. Wow, I got so many of them. I will go wherever the movement will need me. That's an opportunity for us to take personal, individual responsibility, right? So many good stuff. If you control the story/narrative, you never have to fix the structure, okay? So we need to become our own storytellers. That's where the power is. I'm not gonna go through them all, I promise you. We have to be at the tables leading and creating the jobs. And then I'm gonna connect that to Black wealth. I'm at a point in my life, you all, I'm proud of my age. I'm 59, will be 60 in 2 months. I look good. Thank you. You see grace. But I'm all about creating Black wealth right now, right? And I have to leave the man the structure to do that. And I have a mindset, so I wanna, it's not all about being on a job 20, 30, 40, 50 years. Step out and dare to do something different. I love what this younger generation is doing. they're not taking the traditional pathways anymore. They're doing their thing. So you are inspiring me, okay? And you're never too young or seasoned to change. I don't use that other word.
Thank you for calling me the younger generation. Thank you. Amen.
Oh, stop it. Okay. We live our freedom every single day. So we walk in these shoes, and nobody can understand it better than us, which goes back to no one else can tell our story, no one else can tell our narrative better than us, more impactful than we can. Okay, I'm gonna stop. Okay. So they are breaking down barriers, building bridges, and creating entirely new spaces where Black folks can imagine, innovate, and flourish. They are the CEOs who never forget where they come from, never get disconnected to those communities, whether it's the family, the church, the neighborhoods. They are the creators who refuse to be silenced, and the entrepreneurs who turn their gifts into purpose with a passion that uplifts entire communities. And that's what we were given today. That's what we were able to witness. So we bear witness today that we heard from so many extraordinary people that are uplifting entire communities. Their story reminds us that the state of our union, our Black union, is one of resilience, brilliance, and boundless creativity. We can't be stopped. On behalf of the Board of Directors of the Black Heritage Trail of New Hampshire, I want to extend our heartfelt thanks to our remarkable presenters. So give it up. Our tireless volunteers, dedicated staff, and fellow board members. Give it up. And our generous partners at Southern New Hampshire University. Thank you. We also want to thank our major sponsors. It takes money, it takes resources. Eversource, TD Bank, New Hampshire Charitable Foundation, Give Black Alliance, Delta Dental, Episcopal Church of New Hampshire, UNH Center for Humanities, for their steadfast support, and of course, all of you who got up on a Saturday, right? It was like cold this morning. You got up on a Saturday, you got dressed, did hair, makeup, looked beautiful, drove to be a part of community. So give it up for yourself.
Madam President, can I just make an added note? I hope you guys are listening to the sponsors. They're probably in your program. Look at those. Put your money in the community that's helping you. Withhold your money from those that are not supporting you.
Good point.
That is how you make a difference also, economically. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sponsors.
Thank you, sponsors, and keep it coming. As we leave here today, may we carry forward the inspiration, the wisdom, and the challenge we heard to continue breaking barriers, building a future where every generation of Black storytellers, entrepreneurs, and visionaries can thrive. Thank you, and we'll see you next year.
So thank you, Madam President. And can we just have an applaud for our president? This is probably her last public event as president. Thank you. I have the easy part of just closing us out. Thank you. I also want to just thank New Hampshire Public TV. They ran some ads for us, and complimentary ads supporting our organization. So, and they're here today. And New Hampshire Public Radio also did the same thing. So support our public TV and our public radio stations as well. Please take a moment, if you're not following us on our newsletters, sign up for our newsletter, sign up for our social media, and join us for online and everything. Next year, we start our 2026 Pro Eleanor William Hooker T Series, Echoes of Power, the Tradition of African American Oratory. And so just sign up, just see us, continue to be with us for the work that we do, and we thank you all for being here. Thank you so much. Oh, please, take a moment to fill out those survey cards. It's really important for us to gather data, how you feel about the program, so we can continue to be offering these programs to you. Thank you. There is some time for you guys to network, play some music, enjoy some music, dance together, finish the food that's here, and enjoy. Thank you.